Well, we should get started. I'm going to pray first. Lord, we thank you that we do have the opportunity to gather and learn some things about Scripture and the context of the Old Testament and eventually getting on into the New Testament. And also with Dax in the other room, that he can be addressing questions about grace and how we think as a group of elders in terms of doctrine, help him to think clearly, to answer questions well and thoroughly. And we pray for the same here, that you would just help me to communicate some things that are important, some reasons why we should care about what the biblical world can teach us through discoveries. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, this is Bible and Archaeology. If you're looking for where does grace stand, you should go through that wall to the other side, and that's where Dax is. But if you want to do some archaeology stuff, this is the place. This is the correct location. Now, before I forget it, we have had a small donation of some magazines. Are you familiar with Biblical Archaeology Review? Anybody familiar with that publication? Okay, there is a box. How many, just roughly? 20 or 30 out there, older issues, and you are free to look at them and take them home, bring them back, whatever. So I can almost guarantee that somewhere in those issues are going to be some of the things we talk about tonight. Because what I'm going to do tonight is sort of introduce you kind of philosophically to how scholars, at least how believing scholars, confessional scholars, in other words, scholars who, assign credibility to the Scriptures. They may not believe, they may not articulate inspiration and inerrancy the way you do. Some will, some won't. But they do assign a validity to the Old and New Testament. And so when they approach things archaeologically speaking, there's going to be sort of highlights. Now, we're going to do that, but I'm going to tell you along the way as well. I'm also going to show you some things that sort of create problems. You're going to get more of that when we hit next week with the Exodus. Just trust me, that is the pit of despair. If you know anything about Old Testament history, or maybe you've seen the recent documentary, Patterns of Evidence, you can get lost real quickly in that subject and really come out with no conclusion at all. So we're going to do some of that as well. I just want you to sort of get an overview of how, again, believing scholars think about this material. And then a few examples of, where it means something, okay, where it matters in some way. So, limitations, uses, and problems. The first thing we need to fix in our mind is that archaeology cannot prove the Bible in a theological sense. Now, I'm just going to make this up because it's not this neat of a picture. But let's say somebody finally returns to Jericho and starts digging in that place again. It hasn't been dug for decades, and only little portions of the city of Jericho have been excavated. But let's say they go back there and they just find like every detail in the book of Joshua, there in the results of their dig. Now that proves something happened there, something cataclysmic. It proves the walls came down and all sorts of things like that. And you can make that argument now as well, again, from the archaeological material. We'll look at that in future weeks too. But what you can't prove is that God was the cause. Okay, so you can prove events happen. Archaeology can validate the coherence of the biblical story. It can validate that an event happened, but it can never give you, the divine cause, because you can't dig up God, all right? You can't do that. So we need to be careful about how we think about what archaeology is doing, what it can do, what it can't do. It's just inherently limited. And since I'm a text guy, when I was in grad school, I used to irritate the archaeology people. Because I would always say, well, that's fine. You got this object here, and you're basically, I probably wouldn't say it this badly, but you're kind of just making up stuff as to what it was for. What you need is a text. You need some writing on that thing. And there you go. That's going to tell you more. And there's this constant, fight in the academy between the text people and the archaeology people. I mean, it's all important. But, when it comes to archaeology, there's some inherent limitations to it. And there's inherent limitations to text, too, because how do we know if we're precisely interpreting something that's written? And there's just limitations. Archaeology cannot always or even frequently prove the historicity of biblical people and events. Okay, there is no direct proof of people like Moses, people like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Okay, no one's ever dug anything up that says, hey, this is the biblical Abraham held this jar or something like that. Even if it had Abraham's name on it, or Jacob's name. It's a very common name that you will find in inscriptions. But how do you know that Jacob is like that Jacob from the Old Testament? Well, you don't. Again, what you can do, what archaeology will do is they'll say, hey, the name Jacob was a common Semitic name. It's used all over the place in the ancient world where the patriarchs were supposed to live. So we know the biblical writers aren't just making this thing up. It was in this place. So this is kind of the area of where the patriarchs lived. I mean, you start to build a circumstantial, evidential case that illustrates the coherence of what the Bible is telling you. But there'd be almost no way to dig up the biblical figure. Now, if you were down, in Egypt, maybe somewhere, and somebody, dug up a sarcophagus that had the Egyptian equivalent of the name Moses on it, well, that's probably a good deal. Odds are that that's the guy, okay? That would get you really close, but there really isn't anything that spectacular. Later on in biblical history, there are some controversial artifacts that do have the name David on them, and scholars fight endlessly over whether that's the real David or should it say David? Does it mean something else? We'll get to that too. But that's unusual. Usually you have to think like, a crime drama, detective story. You are building a circumstantial case for the validity, the coherence of this biblical story, so that when you look at the biblical story and you look at the archaeological data, it would be really unreasonable to draw any other conclusion than, well, whoever wrote the biblical story knew what they were talking about. Okay, that would be unreasonable to deny that. So that's, again, what believing archaeologists are shooting for, to build a case using physical data for the biblical story. What it can do, again, as I've been mentioning, is provide backgrounding for events and people and a storyline, a narrative. It can demonstrate coherence of these things, that there's no reason to think that this didn't happen, that there wasn't an Abraham, okay, that sort of thing. That's the goal. Occasionally, again, you will get a biblical person or place. Usually it's the Davidic time period onward more recently. You will get specific mentions of kings like Hezekiah, okay, Jehu in a stela, which is an upright object with an inscription on it. Situated at the right time in the right place and mentioned in conjunction with, say, an Assyrian king that they're supposed to have done stuff with in the Bible. You will find that in more recent periods of history. So you do find some of those. You just don't find a whole lot of them. But, the ones that are there are important. And of course, archaeology can illumine our understanding of ancient customs and beliefs. Now, I do want to say something about this. I have a bit of a bone to pick here with, again, not the archaeologists per se, but sort of some of the assumptions that Bible believers, like myself, sort of bring to the enterprise. Archaeological stuff concerns a lot more than, oh, look, ancient people used Tupperware. They used pots and pans. They built fires. They built buildings with walls. They went potty outside the house. Okay, it's more than just your mundane life stuff. There are things in the Bible and that archaeology illuminates that really gets at the heart of what an Israelite would have been thinking in terms of what they believed and how they thought about something they believed. So there's a religious or theological element to some stuff that archaeologists have found that may not sort of conform to ideas we have because we're modern. When we read biblical stories, we tend to think that Abraham thought about God precisely the way that John Calvin did, or precisely the way that John Piper does, or I do, or you do. And they're different people, and their conception of certain things is going to be different because they lived 2,000 years ago in a completely different culture, in a completely different setting, and the way they thought about their world and who made their world and why they made that world and what's going on in the spiritual realm, that sort of thing, can differ quite a bit from the way that you think about it, the way that I think about it, and the way that some church history figure or theology writer would think about it. One of the most valuable things you can do, not only for the sake of what we'll look at tonight, but just generally when it comes to Bible study, is get it fixed in your mind that the Bible was written for us, but it was not written to us. Corollary to that, it wasn't written by us either. A biblical writer will say things because he's communicating to his audience using their language, expressing things the way they would understand, not the way you and I might. There's a disconnect there. And sometimes it's kind of dramatic. It's unexpected. But when you take, again, a material object, you go back to the scriptures, and then you read the scriptures in light of what this thing either is or says, you go, oh, okay, that's what they were talking about. That's why it's expressed this way. And we have to, again, try to have the Israelite in our heads when we do this. And archaeology helps us to do that. We're going to talk a little bit about chronology next week because that's a big deal, but sometimes archaeology helps situate an event in real time. Have you ever wondered about this? Like, how do they know that something happened in 300 BC? Like, really, how do they know that? Or 4000 BC? Because it's not always things like carbon-14. I mean, again, that's material remains that that method applies to. How do they know this stuff? And the answer is ancient chronological systems that you find and hope that something in this one is going to match something in that one. So that you can marry them and then start to make a chronology in real time that you can correlate with astronomy, because that is how real time is measured. Ancient people did lots of astronomy, and sometimes they mention what they're doing. Eclipses, phases of the moon, other events. You get one of those mentioned in a text with a king name at a specific place, and then you find another text with that same king's name in it. There you go. You have a linchpin now to start adding numbers of things like king lists, how long they reigned, what they did, that sort of thing. That's how it's done, and there are gaps in the record. It's not a neat system. And as we'll find out next week, there's lots to fight about that can take you in dramatically different directions. So some problems, again, when you read archaeology or you listen to it on TV, a lot of mainstream archaeologists will have a very skeptical outlook toward the events of the Bible. And it's because of the way they sort of approach their own periodization of ancient history. It's usually done by metals. Chalcolithic, which is copper, you got the Bronze Age, you got the Iron Age, you got all of those sorts of things. And archaeologists do that because of the technology available. They weren't making iron until XYZ time period because we've never found iron prior to that. Okay, that would make sense. That, okay, now that we know kind of when iron making was perfected, or at least, you could do it well enough to actually have something useful. We know now that if we find an object of this chemical composition or metallurgical composition somewhere else, probably at the same time period. Okay, so there are some assumptions that go into it. And sometimes the scheme that derives out of that process will apparently be in conflict with something in the Bible. So that's why there are some disagreements. Chronological issues are a big one as to when something happened and who was there and all that, because there are different chronological systems. And again, the expectations that all of this raises. And by that I mean some people just presuppose that the Bible's just not reliable from out of the gate, so we're not going to care. Okay, what it says, we're not even going to try to synchronize things. Other people will say, no, it is a good source, so we do need to try to work with the data here. Generally, I would say archaeology has proven to be the friend overwhelmingly and not the foe of biblical history. Again, there are problems, and we'll hit some of those. It doesn't answer every question, and it does create some difficulties. Evangelicals, I think, tend to ignore some of the problems because they typically do things for apologetic reasons. They want to kind of shelter you from some of the problems. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not going to shelter you. I'm just not going to do it because there's no good payoff for it. Nothing you will encounter or hear on a TV show or read on the internet about a biblical problem. Guess what, folks? Somebody has thought about that before and done a lot of research on it. Nothing just happens in isolation. It's just that usually the person picking on the Bible for whatever point won't tell you where to find the contrarian opinion or all of the data. But there are people who work in the field who do that. So you shouldn't be troubled. By and large, you're not going to wind up in a situation where there's this hopeless impasse. And if there is something like that, the honest thing to do is say, hey, we don't know. Could be this, could be that, who knows? We'll just wait and see if somebody else digs something up that helps over here. And, that's happened historically. I think we also, again, need to commit ourselves to interpreting Scripture in light of the ancient context. And the examples I'm going to give you, I think, will make that kind of apparent. Not all of them, but some of them are going to present new ideas to you. That if we had an Israelite sitting here in the front row, I'd probably have to just walk over and poke them to wake them up, because it's not going to be anything that's a surprise to them. They're going to be used to thinking in a certain way that we're not. They're not going to be troubled by it at all, but we might be, because it's new to us. First example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from Genesis 1 through 11 tonight. Let me do a quick time check, because I want to leave time for questions. Hey, I'm not doing too bad. What do you know? I'm going to go through Genesis 1 to 11 and pick out a few artifacts that sort of matter for how you read those chapters. The Shabaka stone, otherwise contains something that scholars have called the Memphite theology. How many of you have ever heard of the Memphite theology? Gold star. It's not something out of a video game. Okay, you don't count. Use the word you were. Rick's raising his head. He's heard of it. The Memphite theology is something that comes from Egypt. Now, here you have what looks like an innocent-looking stone. Not terribly artistic. Hey, who can't scroll out a square and then, things pointing off of it? Well, there's more to it than that. You might be able to see, at least on the left, there's actually writing on it. And over here there's writing. You can't really tell it back here. But if you look at it real closely, there's a text on it. And here, someone, probably a graduate student that was enslaved to their institution, had to hand draw. This is what they do to graduate students, by the way. Had to hand draw the Shabaka stone. Okay, you want to graduate, you need to hand draw this thing and don't miss anything. So this is what the whole stone looks like. So there's a lot of writing on this thing, even down near the square here. And what this is, it's a creation story. Now the reason it's significant, that it draws a lot of attention, all right, we'll superimpose that over the hand drawing, It's a creation story that typically, let's go back here, you'll notice in the upper right-hand corner I have 600 to 500 BC. Most scholars think that this is when this inscription was made. It is the only other source, other than Genesis 1, that describes creation by a deity through the spoken word. Okay, it's the only one. Most of what happens in Genesis is very Mesopotamian in its context. We're going to look at parallel flood stories tonight. But there's a lot of things that Genesis 1 through 11 aligns up pretty interestingly with Mesopotamia. This is the exception. And again, if this is the date, this would have been something compiled or written during what period of Israel's history? What's going on in 600 to 500 BC? Begins with an E. The exile, yes. Now, this is during the period of the exile. Now, right away, since this is so unusual, and you can find a specific reference to, in this case, it's the god Ptah, P-T-A-H, who creates with the spoken word. All the other deities everywhere like use stuff. They kill each other and split them in half. And okay, you're part of use the sky now and part of use the land. And they do all sorts of bizarre stuff. This one doesn't. So since it's so unusual, it causes people to wonder, and there are other reasons why people wonder this. If we take the biblical chronology at face value, Moses wouldn't have been alive when this was written. So how did it get in there? Maybe we have a later insertion in Genesis 1, or maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe we have a later composition for Genesis 1. So what I'm introducing you to this not to stake out a position, okay? I'm just saying that when you hear people question whether something was written by a biblical author that you've heard traditionally wrote something, there might be a good reason they're asking the question. It's not that a bunch of scholars sit in the room and say, oh, we hate Genesis. Let's just shoot at it. Somebody make something up so we can shoot at it. No, they're actually asking a question. And that kind of circulates, in the academy, and people talk about it, and they come up with theories, or they just say, well, let's abandon ship, or we think we have an answer, whatever. So it's not all, again, kind of conspiratorial. There are actually good reasons why people ask certain questions. And the Memphite theology is a famous one. Now, other people have come along and say, well, yeah, this is the dominant view, 25th dynasty, which is 600 to 500 BC. But this is James Allen, who's an Egyptologist. He teaches at Brown now. Advances in our understanding of Egyptian grammar and theology have now made a date in the 19th century more likely. So move it back to the New Kingdom, 1200, 1100 BC. Now, some of you think, well, yeah, that might be Moses' time, because that's the era of Ramses. But if you're a defender of the early date of the Exodus, if you're familiar with the competition between the two dates, you're still not happy. We'll talk about the dating systems next week, but roughly, when it comes to the Exodus, you got two major options. If you take the numbers in the Exodus account, and very specifically, there's a reference in 1 Kings 6:1, that the fourth year of Solomon was the 480th anniversary after the Exodus from Egypt. Solomon is datable, astronomically. Okay, that would be 966 BC. Do the math, you wind up in 1446 BC for the Exodus. That is the conservative traditional position. That is not what Hollywood said, because we all know that Ramses was the pharaoh of the Exodus. He wasn't alive in 1446 BC. He was alive 200 years later. Or maybe this was written. So you can have Moses know about the Shabaka stone, but your chronology can't take the numbers literally. You see how, again, one problem creates another one, and then you get something solved, and another problem's created over here. This is how the whole enterprise works. And you have scholars that try to, again, because the Bible is this comprehensive document that gives us, this long history, across millennia. And so archaeologists and textual scholars are trying to make it all fit together. And just when you've got one thing settled over here, it's whack-a-mole time over there. You got another problem pop up. And you go hit that one and something else pops up over there. It's a constant struggle to try to get an integrated picture to align what a text says, in this case the Bible, with physical objects and what they might say. So this one, again, is kind of famous because of the spoken word creation. And if we want to, in a Q&A, if we want to talk about Mosaic authorship and stuff like that, we can do that. Another example, this one I think is even more interesting. This is something called the Sumerian king list. It is just what it sounds like. It is a king list, a list of kings from, let me be careful with my words here. In the Sumerian king list, it starts with the first king in human history, all the way past the flood and beyond. This has a remarkable resemblance, or at least correlatable things in it, to the genealogies of Genesis 5. This is why it's important. 2000 BC is the oldest source. It's in Sumerian. Again, a list of kings before and after the flood. And some of the surface connections. You have very, very long lives in the Sumerian king list. Now, we're familiar with this from Genesis 5. So-and-so lived 900 years, or 800 years, or 600 years, okay? That's nothing compared to this one. This is like 50,000 years and 120,000 years. It's just like ridiculous. But nevertheless, there is a correlation I'm going to show you in a moment. So we have a list of kings who lived before the flood, then the flood comes. Great flood. Then after the flood, their lifespans get shorter. Just like what book? Well, just like Genesis. Genesis 5 has 10 generations from Adam to Noah. The Sumerian king list, depending on the version, there's more than one version of it. There's more than one object on which it was inscribed. Some of them have, one of the versions at least has 10. Some of them have 8 or 9. But it's before or after the flood, lifespans real long, and then they get shorter. So when this was discovered, that drew people's attention. When it was discovered and translated, and it's like, wow, we've heard that before. So people wondered, well, is there any sort of correlation? Well, here you have the comparative lists. This is biblical material. The Sethite line, the Canaanite line. This is Genesis 5, Genesis 11. Forget the North Arabian. I don't know why they stuck that in there. Sumerian kings. Here's the king list. Now, I've put a square around 2 of them because they're the ones that are the most interesting. Notice we have En-Medur-Ana of Sippar. He is the 7th from the beginning. I'll say that again because I want it to echo in your head. He is the 7th from the beginning. His name means chief of the powers of Dor-Anki, and Dor-Anki means the meeting place of heaven and earth. This character is also known as En-Medur-Anki. He is known in Mesopotamian literature, Sumerian and Akkadian stuff, for being extremely wise and being taken into the presence of the gods, specifically the sun and the moon gods, where he spent time in the divine council learning lots of cool stuff and then transmitting his wisdom to the people on earth. So he was taken by the gods to live with them for a while. Who does this sound like? Who in the Bible is the 7th from Adam? Enoch. Why is Enoch noteworthy? Because he was translated to the heavens, to heaven, and did not see death. He went to live with God. So again, when this kind of stuff's getting translated, people are going, okay, that's a little too close. Like, what is going on here? Why do we have the seventh person in this list characterized in various texts the way Enoch is? Why is that? This is a quotation just to sort of summarize En Medur Anki. The figure of Enoch is to some degree modeled on En Medur Anki. Now this is what the mainstream would say. Because we all know that the Israelites of all ancient civilizations, that the biblical writers were too stupid to write anything on their own. They have to copy from everyone. Yeah, I'm being sarcastic, I hope you can tell. So the figure of Enoch is to some degree modeled on En Medur Anki, founder of the guild of the Barus, or Babylonian diviners, the wise men, one of the class of wise men. Enoch is listed in Genesis as the seventh in line from Adam. Sumerian king list, the seventh king is En Medur Anki or En Medur Ana. Sippar, the city ruled by his king, was a center of the cult of Shamash, who's the sun god. Enoch is associated with the solar calendar in Judaism, in the Dead Sea Scrolls. His age is given as 365 years in Genesis. Why is 365 interesting? Because it's the number of days in a solar year. Okay? By the way, his lifespan's the shortest in the list. He's an anomaly by hundreds of years. But 365 is like, oh. The astronomical book contained in 1st Enoch presupposes a calendar of 364 days. And again, that's a book about Enoch, so it's pretty close there. En Medur Anki was also the founder of a guild of diviners and recipient of revelations. So people, again, have noticed this, and the Sumerian king list becomes important for thinking about this stuff. Let's do another one here. Now, is Aaron back there? Oh, yeah, there you are. I'll tell you in a moment to flip to that link, that PDF. Who's this guy? Ziusudra. He is the hero in the Sumerian version of the flood. He's the equivalent of Noah, if you align the lists. Is that a coincidence? It's kind of hard to argue that's a coincidence. Because, again, this guy's the good guy in the Grinnell prism number 62 there, the one source. He is the hero of the flood story in the 10 list version. Now, go ahead and flip up. Yeah. Now, if you want this, if you like math, okay, there's one victim out there. If you like math, you might like this. This is an article I can send to you because what the Sumerian king list has really stimulated in the academy in biblical scholarship is some people have noticed. Scroll up a little bit, just scroll a little bit. Keep going, have a party. There you go, keep going. This guy plots it all out. Okay. Right there. Up a little bit. Someone has noticed that I don't know what happened there. Okay. Anyway, the names in the Sumerian king list, all of them except one, are divisible by 5. And all of them in the Sumerian king list are multiples of 60. There's a relationship between 5 and 60. 12 times 5 is 60. 5 years, 12 months each year. That sort of thing. And so everybody in the field knows that there's some sort of mathematical cipher to the Sumerian king list. So the question is there one for Genesis 5? In other words, is there a reason why the years are so inordinately long? Maybe the point is not just to give us literal ages for the people in the list. And again, that's not a denial that the people in the list were real people, but maybe the numbers are designed to telegraph certain ideas. Because in the case of the Sumerian king list, that is absolutely certain. And there's a reason why the numbers 5 and 12 and 60 were religiously important to the Sumerians. And so the question becomes, well, is the biblical writer trying to convey a similar set of ideas using his numbers? Is he taking a swipe at the way what the Sumerians believed in the way their number symbolism worked? That's what this article is about. I tend to think that there is something to that, because basically you can account for all of the names in Genesis 5, well, in all the antediluvian lists and the post-diluvian lists in Genesis. The outliers are Enoch and Methuselah. And they're not really outliers, because if you play with the numbers, again, this is like Sudoku. If you play with the numbers, you can make them fit the system too. But is that artificial? Well, maybe it is, maybe it's not. But here's the point. This is an artifact that when it was translated, people noticed certain pretty unmistakable points of correlation to this list in the Bible. And then the issue became, okay, is one sort of are we religious, or do we have two math geeks going at it theologically in what they want to communicate? There are certain points that the Sumerians would have flagged in their head that this number associated with this name in this place conveys a religious idea, a religious belief. So is the writer of Genesis sort of giving that a poke in the eye? Or are they trying to articulate their own theology through it? The article, the title of it is Biblical Math as Heilgeschichte, which is a nice German name, Gesundheit. It's a nice German name for sacred history. So the guy who wrote the article suspects, again, that the numbers transmit theology, theological ideas about the God of Israel in this case. See, we don't think anything like this. None of this stuff even pops into our heads. To someone writing in the first millennium BC or earlier, someone who read that would have known, okay, I know what you're doing here, and I don't like it, or I do like it. Okay, they would have known instantly what the game was. But we tend to, again, read things the way we're used to reading, as sort of just, it's just a table of numbers. What else would it be? It tells us how old somebody was. Well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it tells us something bigger. But we just don't think that way. Let's go back to the slides. And the article mentions a couple other approaches too. Okay, now I don't have a point it right at you. There we go. Here's another one. And I won't spend too much time here. If you've read Unseen Realm, you would have seen this term before, the Apkallu. But this is something called the Era Epic, okay, or the poem of Era, also called the Myth of the Seven Sages. This is a tablet that, for lack of a better way to express it, is the point-for-point correlation to the very weird story in Genesis 6:1 through 4 about the sons of God cohabiting with human women and producing Nephilim, giants. That story, in Mesopotamian garb, is told in this tablet, in these tablets. Now, the reason I point this out is that a lot of this material was not really collected and published sort of as a systematic study until 2010. So it's actually pretty recent, which is one reason you should get my book, because I go through all that. A lot of commentaries on Genesis, for instance, will never have heard of this stuff because they're just published earlier than 2010. That's just what happens. But this one, again, gives us the point-for-point story. And to make the episode short, what the Mesopotamian story tries to communicate is that, and again, this is written during the time of Marduk, the time of Babylon, when Marduk is the chief deity of the pantheon for the Mesopotamians, and Babylon is it. And so this story explains to everyone who can read it why Babylon is the greatest city in the world, the apex of human civilization. And the reason for that is because, well, we're so smart, we're so awesome. Because the knowledge that we have, the civilization we have, we inherited from the gods. And before the flood, the gods were the Apkallu, the wise ones, and there were 7 of them. The Apkallu were making it their task to educate the kings of Babylon. The kings of Babylon were so awesome because they were taught directly by the gods, and nobody else was. That's why you guys are like riffraff, and Babylon is just it. But some of the gods didn't like people. And so they decided, we're sick of these people, we're going to send the flood. And the gods who were educating people, they thought, well, that's just bad. That's terrible. All this work we did is going to go to waste. So what do? Aha. We will mate with humans, and their offspring will inherit our wisdom. And it'll be okay. And so on the other side of the flood, that's where you get people like Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is described as one of the post-flood lords of the Apkallu. He's also a giant. He's in this text. So you have point for point Genesis 6, 1 through 4 in that story as told by Babylonians. The biblical writer comes along and says, well, there's a lot in there that really needs to be corrected. Babylon is not it. In fact, what you think is so great were a race of beings that were designed to exterminate us, and almost did in the conquest. That's why you get the giant clans as part of the conquest story. According to Numbers 13, they are descendants of the Nephilim. The text says that point blank. So this is, it helps us understand why Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is in the Bible, as bizarre as the passage is. It's there to say, this was wicked. This is evil. This was designed to exterminate the people of Yahweh. This is not a good thing. And the ones responsible for this are demonic. Okay? So it's a theological battle. It's a theological tit for tat going on in the text. And biblical writers often did this. They will take something out of a Mesopotamian story, out of an Egyptian story, out of a Canaanite story. And they know it well, and the people they're writing to know it well. But they'll take it out, and they'll change things to make a theological point. No, it isn't Baal who gives us rain and helps our crops grow and is a wonderful God, because we'd all be dead without Baal. So the biblical writer will take something out of the Baal cycle and take Baal's name out of it and put Yahweh's name in. That's their way of teaching theology. No, you're not alive because of Baal. You're alive because of the God of Israel. Baal is dirt. In some cases, literally, and even worse. They will do stuff like that because their audience, here's the point, their audience would have known immediately why they were doing it. They would have known immediately what they were supposed to learn from it and what they were supposed to believe and not believe. Folks, Israelites didn't have a Bible. Nobody had a Bible. You don't have people having Bibles until the modern era with the printing press. Nobody has a Bible. What you have is you got a bunch of crazy people called prophets running around and spouting stuff and quoting stuff that maybe they had read, or maybe another prophet taught them, or maybe they can trace their history back to Moses or something like that. Or maybe God just calls them and gives them information and says, go down there and preach this or that to them, and because they're just wicked down there. They need to hear this. Nobody can go look it up. So this is why you have biblical writers do what they do. When it does eventually get written down, to the people, again, that were experiencing it during the day, they could listen to a story, they could read it, and they know why things are written in a certain way, because they're living in that period. They know, they understand the metaphors. They understand the little phrases. I mean, if I could write anything that, it wouldn't be total gobbledygook, but if I put the word Trump in it, okay, that's going to situate me at a time and a place and a context. And you're going to know, by virtue of how I use the word Trump, whether I like him or don't. Because you're part of my world. I don't have to explain it to you. But we're not part of this world. And it takes a lot of explaining. It's hard. Let's take a look at some flood stories. Now, this is probably the one that you've all heard about, because maybe you've watched something on TV or PBS or whatever. And you hear about other versions of the flood. And there are several. So the dates, again, for a lot of this stuff, there are a number of ancient flood accounts in both Sumerian and Akkadian. These are both civilizations from Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates and all up and down those two rivers. From roughly 3000 BC, you hit about 1000 BC, and then you start talking about the Assyrians as being the top dog in the region. But before them, Sumerians, the Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians. They're all from the same region, and most of them have flood stories. Here are a few examples. This one's called the Eridu Genesis. It's written in Sumerian. It's a flood story, with an ark and saving animals and all that kind of stuff. 1600 BC. Skip that one. Atrahasis epic, right around the same time. The Gilgamesh epic includes a flood story. The date range here is there's lots of copies of Gilgamesh. It was a very popular story. So the fragments that we have come from different time periods. So that's the date range. Now, I want you to look at this table, and this is from Logos Bible Software. Ancient flood accounts. Here's Genesis. Here's the Eridu Genesis. Here's Gilgamesh. Here's Atrahasis. So you can see, if you just go through the flood accounts, which ones are similar and which ones maybe don't have something in it. So, again, God says, I've determined to make an end of all flesh. Well, Gilgamesh has the great gods resolved to send the flood and kill off everybody. Okay? Similar idea, make yourself an ark of cypress wood. This one mentions a ship you shall build. Build a ship, build a boat. Cover it inside and out with pitch. Here's pitch mentioned, here's pitch mentioned. Again, it's like that tarry kind of substance to seal the boat from water, make it waterproof. Make rooms in the ark. Okay, that's the only one that actually says this, but then you get dimensions in 3 of them. You get a roof in 3 of them. You get decks in 2 of them. The same day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth, Noah's wife, the 3 wives of his sons, enter the ark. Here the family goes in, here's the family goes in. I mean, you get the idea. You can sort of go step by step through the flood story, and you see, pretty specific parallels. 40 days and 40 nights. Here you have differences in 7 and 6 and 7. Opens the window. Ziasudra drills an opening in the big boat. Sends a raven and a dove. Here they send a dove in Gilgamesh and a raven right down there. So you get both birds in the story. So again, that's probably pretty familiar because you see this all the time on TV shows and whatnot. And lo and behold, if you actually read the biblical story, where's the biblical story situated? Where's Noah living? He's living in Mesopotamia. I mean, some of the place names that are in the account, it's the same geographical region that these other ones are. And so the typical way that at least some scholars approach this is that all of these sources are writing about an event that they have a common memory of. And the stories are just different for either theological reasons or some other reason. But there's a lot of overlap. Now, this was in the news recently. A couple years ago, this book came out, probably 2 or 3 years ago, tops. But this is Irving Finkel. Okay? He works in the British Museum. And in 1985, somebody brought a tablet into him that he said, hey, my father had this. He got it in Iraq in the 40s. And Finkel, who all he does is read cuneiform tablets. And there are people like that. And some of them shake a lot. There was this guy when I went to grad school at Penn, I had to have a meeting with Earl Lichty. I think he's dead now, so I can talk about him. But he was the tablet keeper at where I was going to grad school, and he just like, is this because you're afraid to drop anything? Like they're going to shoot you or something? He was kind of a Wally Cox figure. That'll date me, but that's who he was. But this is Irving Finkel, and the owner would not let him study it. He wouldn't let him keep it. So he had to wait until 2009 when the guy finally brought it back in and said, okay, you guys can have it. And so that's why it made news. So he worked on the tablet, which he's holding. And in this story, the reason why this one is noticed or noteworthy is that it describes the boat. And Finkel argues, I think, pretty well, that in this story, the boat was something that archaeologists call a coracle. That's a coracle. It's a round boat. Now, of course, you need a really big one. This is a little one. Coracles are used all over, the region and other regions because, they'll float, they're round. You can kind of build that. Okay, it's not too difficult. So Finkel is theorizing that, this is what is being described in the story, a really big one with compartments, and you put the animals in there and you just kind of float it out. You wait, you put a lid on the thing, and there you go. Somebody actually made a bigger one. Now, this is not to scale, but this gives you an idea. People who do this kind of thing, they really have too much time with their hands. How long did it take you to do this? Honey, I'm going to go build a coracle, a big one in my backyard. So I just want to see what it would look like. But that's why it was famous. Now, is that why do you get the dimensions of that in that Mesopotamian text? That's round, again, it has certain dimensions. That disagrees from the other Mesopotamian ones. Even they don't all agree. And of course, it disagrees with the biblical version. Because the biblical version is oblong. We've all seen pictures and reconstructions and whatnot. Again, and skeptical scholars will say, well, it doesn't mean anything because the event never happened. So that's all we need to say. Others will say, well, again, maybe the numbering systems have something to do with this because of Genesis 5, because of the Sumerian king list. Maybe there's something going on there that they used specific numbers and dimensions to communicate specific ideas. Nobody really knows. You can talk about which one is more shipworthy and all that. I think the biblical one's probably going to be the winner there. Can you imagine being in a coracle that big? All you're going to do is spin. Talk about vomit central. Okay, that would just be horrible. But anyway, I think that's graphic enough. This is another interesting object that you'll often see pictures of, like in high school textbooks, Western Civ textbooks. This is the Babylonian map of the world. Isn't that nice? You'll actually find maps that look a lot like this in the Middle Ages. So it's a very common conception. Now, here's the picture. Again, 6th century BC, one of the oldest known world maps discovered right around the turn of the 20th century. Another picture of it might be a little better, I don't know. Here's a hand drawing next to it. Babylon, of course, well, what would we expect? Babylon is at the center of the earth. That's where we belong. We're Babylon. The whole world revolves around us because we're just that important. We're just that good. We're just that awesome. So Babylon is at the center, and you have islands around. The world is surrounded by water. Here's a few cities, again in the region near Babylon, so on and so forth. This is a more detailed drawing of the actual object that labels the parts. hand drawing of the text, but you get the idea. Now, why is that interesting? How does that relate to Scripture? There are two reasons. One I think you'll get. The other one is like gold star for the day, if you pick this one out of your head. Give me one of them. The map of the world from a Mesopotamian source. We're in Genesis 1 to 11. Where's the touch point? Jed, do you know? He's speaking in tongues back there, yeah. The Table of Nations is one connection, because all of the Table of Nations, Israel's not listed in the Table of Nations, and that's an important biblical theological point for this time in history. So you don't have Israel as the center of the world, but what you do have is all the nations that are listed in the Table of Nations are the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle or Near East. Okay, all of them. You don't have Australia, New Zealand, North America, South America, Central America, Europe. You don't have that in the Table of Nations. So the world, to the biblical writer, is what Genesis 10 tells you it is. That's the world. The other correlation is in Ezekiel 38. You don't have to go there, but there are a couple. There's one in Jeremiah. No, there's two in Ezekiel. There might be one in Jeremiah. There's two in Ezekiel, where Jerusalem, or Israel, is called the navel of the earth. Okay, the conception was that Jerusalem is the center of the world. Why? Because it's the apple of God's eye. It's the most important place. By the way, Ezekiel written at the same time, 6th century BC. Okay, is Ezekiel poking Babylon in the eye? Probably. Can biblical writers do these kinds of things? When they write, they're not writing because they're bored. The Bible is an incredibly intricate, intelligent book. Nothing is in there that is trivial and accidental. Nothing is throwaway. It's just that a lot of it is lost on us because it is not our time and our place and our culture. Biblical writers do this stuff all the time. They are defending their faith. They are articulating their history. They are dissing your faith if you're a pagan. And they are correcting your history if it involves them in any unfavorable way. Because this is intellectual, spiritual warfare to them. When a biblical writer wrote, it wasn't just, I need to dispense information, I got half an hour, I'm supposed to fill up a scroll a day, what do I put here? Okay, no, it's not that at all. They have specific reasons for what they're saying and how they're saying it that would have been picked up, again, by their immediate audience. None of it's accidental. Tower of Babel. The leading candidate archaeologically is a place, actually an object known as Et Temen Anki, the temple of the foundation of heaven and earth, is what that term means. It's a ziggurat dedicated to Marduk. Again, here we are, 6th century BC. Ziggurat at Babylon is mentioned much earlier in Enuma Elish, so that's sort of a second candidate. But this is Et Temen Anki, what's left of it, anyway. And ziggurats, which is what the Tower of Babel was, and everybody pretty much agrees on this point. Ziggurats are like step pyramids. Reconstruction, something like this. It's just an artistic rendering. Ziggurats were part of temple complexes. They were buildings designed to be the place where heaven and earth intersected. That's why you built them really high, to touch the sky, to make it easy for the gods to take the stairway down into the temple complex, so that you could localize the deity. You'd like him to visit, or her. Why? Because you hope that you can bring offerings and do nice things for the deity so that the deity does nice things for you. You know, the logic of the whole system is, I like to say it this way, you know, why, you know, the Old Testament has some of the same conceptual thinking in a place like the tabernacle or the temple, but you were never trying to localize Yahweh. See, in a ziggurat, typically at the top, there could be a room with a deity, a god, an idol, or somewhere else in the complex that when the spiritual being came down the stairway from heaven in this case, would inhabit the idol, and it would just stay there with you. And you could barter it with it, you could bring offerings to it, pour stuff on it, all that kind of stuff. The biblical rationale is no graven image. Why? It's a very simple lesson. Yahweh is saying, I will not be tamed. I will not be localized. I don't show up when you build something. I'm going to tell you, okay, if you want to communicate with me, then you go through the priest, or you go through Moses, or you go through this guy or that guy. I'm not just essentially, this isn't a dog and pony show. Okay, I will not be tamed. I am not on a leash. Okay, the logic of idolatry, what Israel was doing in their structures is, there's some conceptual sameness, but there's some really significant differences to it too. And when you have this episode with Babel, what had God just told them to do? Okay, we're out of the flood now. You're starting to have babies. So I'm going to repeat the commands given to Eden. Go overspread the earth, be fruitful, multiply, and do what we were supposed to do back there in Eden. So what do? Let's build a tower so that God can come to us. And God says, no, I don't really think so. That's kind of the opposite of what I just asked you to do. And so that's when God punishes them. We have the whole thing about distributing the nations among the other gods in Deuteronomy 32 and all that kind of stuff. It's a punishment. God divorces humanity. Says, I'm done. Mostly. Because then he calls Abraham. I'm divorcing all of you. All the nations. You're toast. Your history. I'm going to assign you, Deuteronomy 32:8 says, when the Most High divided the nations, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. But Israel is Yahweh's portion. Jacob is his allotted heritage. So he divorces humanity, and then he says, now watch. I'm going to go call this guy named Abraham. He doesn't know I'm coming yet, but I'm going to show up. I'm going to call him, and I'm going to start over. I'm going to make a new family with this guy. And when he does that, he makes a covenant with Abraham, and he says, okay, through you, all these other nations will be blessed. I'll get back to them eventually. But for now, they are under the dominion of lesser gods, and you're mine. I want you to be a kingdom of priests. I want you to live a certain way so that they will look at you and want to be back in the family. And there's a rationale, there's a logic to all this crazy law stuff in the Old Testament. It's either combating certain ideas, or it creates a good life for people that other nations will look at and want. You want a good God who treats these people well and people who are happy because they obey the laws of God? You want that? You forsake your gods and come right back here. That's what you do. So again, there's just an internal logic to the whole thing. Now that's what I wanted to cover tonight. If we want to go through some Q&A, we can. And again, that was pretty broad. We're actually over time, a couple minutes. But next week I want to do the patriarchs, say a little bit about the patriarchs. But I want to focus on Joseph and Moses and the Exodus problem. There's a lot to be said there. There's a lot of problems associated with it. But if you've seen the Ten Commandments, if you've seen, what is the recent Christian Bale movie, Gods and Kings, the one where Jar Jar Binks plays the Egyptian priest. Any of you have seen that will get that reference. Not a whole lot of takers here, but I hate the movie. Or again, even the cartoon version. There are things in all those presentations of the Exodus that, whether you realize it or not, are either reinforcing a certain reading of the Bible or opposing a certain reading of the Bible. So we'll talk about a lot of that next week. Anybody? Question? Okay, we're done. Thank you for coming. All right, let's pray. Lord, we pray that you would help me as I try to condense a lot of material, good things to think about, things that are interesting, help us understand Scripture and the faithfulness of the biblical account, and also, again, how to think carefully about the problems that we encounter and be responsible there. We ask that you would just glean something from the material tonight that encourages us in our study of Scripture. In your name we pray. Amen. You know, I confess, I've sort of been moping all day about this. Because when I taught a course in the history of Israel at Western, and, you know, it's Western, okay, but it's easy to not do theology when it's a history of Israel class because, you know, you don't dig up God, so you can't really get into divine causation or anything like that. But it really doesn't matter because you go through the same material. Well, it took me 2 weeks to go through Exodus stuff. That's 6 days. And so we're going to try to do it in an hour. And every time I think about that, I think, you got to be kidding. You know, like, really? You know, just bail, abandon ship, and all that sort of thing. But, you know, something will happen in the next hour. And hopefully you'll get a little glimpse as far as what we need to think about. This period, patriarchs, we're going to spend most of our time with Moses and Exodus, the Exodus event. This is sort of what everybody thinks of when they think of biblical archaeology. Because it's such a fundamental event. You know, we all have seen the Ten Commandments on TV, and there's all these TV specials that sort of zero in on Moses and the Exodus because it's fundamental to Judaism, you know, having historical credibility, and that means it's fundamental to Christianity and whatnot. So it sort of presents itself as not only an interesting topic, but for critics, it presents itself as a nice big fat bullseye. And so you get a lot of talk about this stuff. And I'm going to try to give you a sense for what the options are, why there's so much skepticism, and why there doesn't have to be so much skepticism. And hopefully, you'll take away, from this evening, just a little exposure to that, again, how the whole subject gets thought about. Now, I have here, again, a little bit from last week, that one of the problems here, several problems here, that I noted in general, we can also note for the patriarchs. I mentioned last time there was no specific evidence for the patriarchs in that you don't find the bones of Abraham or the bones of Jacob or something like that, or the bones of Joseph. You don't dig up a text, at least to this point, outside the Bible that has the biblical story or something really, really, really close to it with biblical names in it. Okay, what you do find is you find material that when you superimpose the biblical story on that material, there is considerable overlap in places, and there's gaps in other places. So the goal is to always try to look at the context, create the picture, and ask the question, is the biblical story coherent in this time period? Now we're going to talk a bit about chronology tonight. It's a huge problem. And really, again, how material remains, how archaeology can get applied or not applied, and in some cases, I'll be honest with you, people refuse to apply it. I'm bold enough to say that I think there's a little bit too much presuppositional skepticism in the academy, that when something comes along, there's actually a hesitance to make a connection to the biblical material. And, whatever the reason is, it's easy to say, well, you just don't want it to be true because that overturns your apple cart. And there's probably some of that. But there's other things that work too. A lot of these people tend to be naturally cautious. One of the big problems is there's a small data sampling. You're going to hear me talk about Jericho a little bit, and next week we'll do a little bit of Jericho. We're going to be talking about the conquest. And different sites in Egypt, the Delta, different biblical place names. The reality is that even places where archaeologists have spent a lot of time in haven't been excavated very much. The notion of excavating an entire town like Jericho, that's not the case. And Jericho is one of the most famous sites in all of the Holy Land. There's only been parts of it excavated because it's a long, painstaking process. So this is an older source, 1980, but it's still very true. In Palestine alone, of the more than 6,000 sites surveyed, fewer than 200 have been excavated, and of these, only 28 to any major extent. Some sites are still occupied. I mean, you don't just move everything out of Jerusalem to dig up old Jerusalem. You don't do that. So there's natural impediments to it. And even the precise location of some places, Jericho's pretty well known, but people still fight about quite a bit. There's a lot of uncertainty here. So one of the things that should be going off in your head is, well, maybe we shouldn't make, our conclusions shouldn't be so dogmatic if there's a substantial amount of uncertainty. And that's true. That's true. So you shouldn't ever be disturbed by something, again, that you hear on TV about archaeology, this and that. There's always two sides of a story. There's always two sides of a debate. And when you get right down to brass tacks, there's a lot more that could be said in theory if there was just more work done, if there was just more data produced. That's always the case. Now, as far as the patriarchs go, I'm only going to mention a couple things because I really want to get to the Exodus material. One of the things you'll read about, and I think this is a good example of how archaeology can be both used and misused with respect to the patriarchs, were the Nuzi tablets. Now these are exactly what they sound like, a bunch of clay tablets, 4,000 of them, so it's a pretty big pile. Found in the 20s, early 30s, they date to the 15th, 14th centuries BC. Now if you're taking the biblical chronology at face value, that is the Moses era. It's not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it's later. But there were things in these tablets, marriage contracts, wills, land, slave purchases, that actually mirrored the patriarchal narratives in some way. And when these were initially discovered, there were, let's see if I have a picture, let's go to that. Here's what some of the Nuzi tablets look like. And some of these are about, yay big. If you ever go to Philadelphia, you should stop off at the University of Pennsylvania Archaeological Museum. They keep all of the clay tablets, I kid you not, in a room on the second floor behind chicken wire. You think, really? What's to prevent somebody from going in there? And they're literally like in mechanics drawers. You see in auto shops with the trays that come out. And what's to prevent somebody from breaking through the chicken wire barrier and just shoveling the things into a bag? And the answer is not a whole lot. It's just, museums are like this. We're going to talk about one piece tonight that was discovered in a museum. That kind of stuff happens. It's kind of odd, the way these things actually get stored and studied. But the Nuzi tablets are kind of an interesting example because at least two of them were used to explain Abram's fear that his servant Eliezer would become his heir. We know the biblical story. That's why he sends Eliezer out to find a wife for Isaac. And there were some things about the biblical story, some of the patterns, some of the gestures, the expressions, the whole arranged marriage kind of thing, and in the Nuzi tablets. But the main difficulty, apart from the translational problems, is that the Nuzi tablets state that once adoption has been carried out, the adoptee could never be completely excluded from the inheritance. even if the son were born to his adopted parents. Now think about the biblical story. Abraham's all uptight because he says, look, I don't want this guy who isn't my son to inherit my estate. Okay, he has a son, but the son has no wife, there's no children. And so the Bible sort of presents it as an all or nothing proposition. And when the Nuzi tablets were discovered, this kind of situation actually shows up in some of the literature. But it's not a precise match because, again, there's this exception actually in the tablets. And when these were reported, most people tended to not report the disconnect. They reported the part that overlapped with the Old Testament, but not the part that didn't. And, people made a lot more of the tablets than probably what they should have. An archaeologist came along later and said, well, hey, this isn't really a good match. And so there were critics that said things like, this is what happens all the time. Those naughty evangelicals will take something out of the world of archaeology and say, we have a biblical match here, when really they don't. They have like a half match, and they don't tell you the other half. So it became kind of an issue of forthrightness or good methodology. But there, again, there's part of the story there that makes sense. There are certain things in the biblical narratives that, archaeologically speaking, have long been considered anachronisms. This is one of the big ones. If you really like camels, I can suggest some reading here. But camels were not supposed to be in the patriarchal era, according to archaeology. The mention of camels in the patriarchal narratives have long been viewed as anachronistic. For many years, they were thought to only have been domesticated in the Middle East in the first millennium BC, long after the patriarchs were dead and gone. And so certain archaeologists would look at the patriarchal stories and say, look at this. They're talking about a guy like Abraham who lives in 2000 BC, according to the biblical chronology. He's talking about camels. This is made up. It's not a historical detail because no camel bones have ever been found that go to that period. Well, not quite. Not quite true. There's other evidence that show very old texts. Look at the date. This is, again, part of the patriarchal era. There are Sumerian texts that mention camel's milk. I would suggest camel's milk, you need camels. You need to produce camel's milk. Another second millennium stone container with a picture or in a form of a camel. Jar at Mari, again, hindquarters of a camel on a jar, camel bones, again, in part of the Middle East, so on and so forth. So I want to bring up this example because it shows, again, from the other side, that the critics sometimes cheat as well. They can say, well, we don't have evidence of domesticated camels because of the animal bones that have been recovered from all these archaeological sites where the patriarchs were supposed to have been. Okay, maybe you don't, but what about this stuff? Okay, same, region of the world, why doesn't that count? And so you have, a situation where archaeological material can get played with kind of fast and loose by both sides. And what I'm going to suggest to you is there's really no cure for that. Everybody's going to do it, everybody does it. And so you just have to spend a little time kind of sorting it out. So when you hear something either positive, like we have an exact match for this or that, be cautious. Be cautious in the way that you use that to talk to someone, again, maybe someone who's questioning their faith or wants to, think about, whether they can trust Scripture or not. Be careful in the way you use evidence. And when you hear something negative, always remember, well, there's going to be two sides to every story. Now, that is especially true. I'm going to skip the Philistines for sake of time. When we get to Israel and Egypt, how many of you have seen, this has been out for about a year, how many of you have seen the, I guess I don't know what to call it, it's not really a documentary, but the DVD called Patterns of Evidence video? Okay, I do recommend it. There's a lot of good things in there that I think if you're interested in this kind of subject matter, it would be good for you to see. I think they try to present all views of things. It's also good for showing what the real problems are, why the two sides, those who say that there was a Moses, the Exodus is a historical event, and those who say there was no such thing. So you got those two camps. And then in the believing camp, the ones who say that there was actually an Exodus, you further split them into two groups. Then they have two different dates for these events. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about, again, sort of the lay of the land, because that's really all we can do in an hour. As far as the bondage, if you, again, pick up a standard History of Israel textbook, written by just about any scholar, there are exceptions, but most scholars will say things like, well, there's really no evidence for Israel's presence in Egypt as slaves. There's no proof that they built anything. There's no proof for a significant Semitic population in Goshen, where the Bible has the Israelites. There's no proof of a Moses. There's no proof of a mass migration out. Basically the whole thing. There's just nothing to hang your hat on. That depends on where you're looking. There is a standard accepted chronology in academia for when the Exodus events, the events that preceded the bondage in Egypt, and the events that came afterwards, the conquest of Canaan. There's a standard chronology that consensus academia uses to think about all of this stuff. If I asked you, who do you think most people say was the pharaoh of the Exodus, who would you say? Ramses. You see it everywhere, even in Prince of Egypt, Disney cartoon, everywhere. Okay. I'm going to show you where that comes from, but if you assume that, then basically everything in the biblical account is vapor. There's no material evidence for any of it. If you don't assume it, if you say, well, if you start asking logical questions, Egypt and Ramses is the pharaoh of the Exodus, and he's like, okay, that's like 1250 BC, and then they leave and they wander around the desert for 40 years, and okay, that means the conquest is like 1200, and that's the late Bronze Age in biblical archaeology, and man, Jericho was unoccupied during that time, and it's all a vacuum. If you start asking logical questions like, well, hey, we excavated Jericho and people found lots of destruction, lots of signs of burning. When did that happen? Okay, if you ask logical questions like, well, is there anything in Egyptian literature, maybe not from the period where everybody thinks it should be, but is there anything that mentions like biblical plague language? Is there anything that talks about, well, there was a period in Egyptian history where the civilization completely collapsed because they had no army. They were overrun by foreigners. Is there anything like that? No, that's too late. You got to go the other direction. But what you have is, you have from Egyptian material, there are about 12 or so very clear, explicit connections with the biblical story, but none of them are in the time period that the consensus says this is when this happened. And since they're not in that time period, the consensus says the story is bogus. And then you have a small number of scholars that are like over on the other side waving their hands and saying, well, maybe we should give up the Ramses thing and look for something else. Let's at least try it, okay? Let's try that. Again, that's a minority voice in the community. So it all comes down to, again, when you decide what pegs you're going to use as far as your chronological reconstruction. And there is a reason why people pick Ramses. We'll get to that in a moment. But if you abandon that for a moment, I wanted to give you that up front because, throw Ramses out for a moment. You do have classes of involuntary servants mentioned in Egyptian texts that are Semites. You do have captive foreigners. It doesn't really apply to the Israelites in this case because they were there for a number of years. They weren't, wartime captives. There is evidence of Semitic laborers, again, a few hundred years before when the consensus says they should be there. There's no biblical reason to think that the Israelites built the pyramids or the big mortuary temples. The Bible never says that. You know what the Bible says? It says they were oppressed and they made bricks made out of straw. That's what it says. They built a couple storehouses in the Delta, but there's no mention of pyramids. There's no mention of big mortuary temples. There's nothing like that. But the consensus will say, well, this is part of the picture. And you'd say, well, no, it's really not. Oh, yeah, yes, it is. And since it is, then we don't find any evidence of that, then it can't be true. I mean, you will, have specific connections, but it may not show up in the time when, again, the majority view says it should be there. For instance, this mural shows both Egyptians and Semites making bricks out of straw. This is a wall painting in the tomb of someone named Beni Hassan. It dates to roughly late 1800s BC, which in the consensus view is far too early for the biblical story. So we can't count this. Doesn't count. Let's go through the basics of the chronology because we're going to wind up there and why there's this disconnect. People who adopt the consensus, again, the majority academic opinion, they don't really care. I hate to say it this way, but I'm just going to say it this way. They don't really care what the Bible says a lot of times. Again, that's probably a bit of an exaggeration with some, but with others, it's kind of on target. This verse here is a battleground verse. It says, in the 480th year, after the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, it's the Exodus, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over the house of Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. Again, it's reference to Solomon. Well, you do the math. You have to know when Solomon reigned. Everybody agrees with this date. Everybody under the sun, whether their view of the Bible is positive or negative, says, okay, we're pretty certain that Solomon came to the throne in 970 BC. And you get that date because you can synchronize certain things in Israelite history close to Solomon with other rulers from other lands. You just line up your synchronisms and then you fill in the numbers. There you go. It also helps that the Assyrians and other Mesopotamian civilizations did lots of astronomy, and so you can actually correlate some of those materials with real-time astronomical events. So it's pretty secure. If you do the math, you count backwards, 4th year of Solomon's reign would be 966, 970 minus 4 is 966, and then you add 480 years back. Here's your date for the Exodus according to 1 Kings 6:1. It's just math, or so it would seem. Now, there are problems in the synchronism later on after Solomon, and that can affect a few things, but generally this is agreed on, and you just do the math, you fill in the numbers. Now that means, if you accept a literal chronological marker like this, that the Exodus occurred in something called the 18th dynasty in Egypt. This is part of the New Kingdom. The Moses and the Exodus story would overlap with the lives of Thutmose II, Hatshepsut, who was the female pharaoh, and Thutmose III. You'll notice these dates overlap because Thutmose III was the son of Hatshepsut, and it wasn't his decision to share the throne. It was Mom's decision to share the throne, and they didn't get along. And so she disappears, literally, from the record at a certain point. What happened to Mom? I don't know. She just didn't show up for work one day. And Thutmose III takes over. Now, look at the numbers here. This is what you're talking about as far as candidates for the Exodus, going by this date. The Pharaoh of the Exodus is never named in the Bible. Egyptian records don't name the biblical people related to this. So you're kind of like, okay, is there anything in the material record here that might help? There isn't a whole lot. This is Hatshepsut, obviously female appearance, but sometimes she wore the ceremonial beard. Yes, that's kind of weird, but they just did that. This is Thutmose III. He doesn't look so good over here. We don't have Hatshepsut's mummy. We do have Thutmose III. And Thutmose IV factors into this, who succeeded the third. Look at the dates here. Some scholars actually prefer Thutmose IV as the pharaoh of the Exodus. They don't really care if the dates line up. For one reason, something called the dream stela of Thutmose IV, which basically says, here's what it looks like. Thutmose IV was not the firstborn son of his father. So he should not have become the next pharaoh. But he did. And the dream stela commemorates a dream that Thutmose said he had. It said, the god appeared to him, the Sphinx deity, Horem Kethat, or Kefri Ra Atum, and tells him, hey, I know you're not the firstborn, but you're going to be king anyway. Well, the obvious connection is, people find this attractive because, well, what happened to Big Brother, who should have been Pharaoh? And well, he died, according to Egyptian records, but they don't really tell why. And so even though you have a disconnect chronologically, some people like that because it helps them explain the death of the firstborn, or at least account for it. I personally don't buy that because, again, just rabbit trailing here. If you go by Egyptian chronology, Thutmose IV would have been about 5 years old when he supposedly had this dream and wrote it down, so it's a little shady. It's probably propaganda after the fact to still explain why he gets to be pharaoh, but still. Here are the basics of what we're dealing with. Again, if you take 1 Kings 6:1 seriously, here's Solomon, 4th year. Do the math, you got 1446, it's 480 years. The conquest would begin around 1406. And the verse references here are to things like the 40 years wandering and whatnot. When Moses, how many years Moses spent in Egypt, how old he was, when he gets to Midian and returns back to Egypt. So again, you just plug in the numbers. Moses was 80. By the time the Exodus occurs, so you add 80, you're back here to 1525 BC for Moses' birth. And again, filling in some of the chronological information here for Jacob in Egypt, he winds up at about 1876 BC. Now, I just showed you a picture of Semites making bricks with straw that dates into the 1800s. It's a good example because on one hand, I can say, well, here we have the bondage, proof of the bondage. But if you actually do the numbers, that's when Jacob goes into Egypt. It's actually too early because he doesn't go down to Egypt a slave, does he? Well, it doesn't take too long before things get bad, but it's still not quite what you'd want as far as asynchronism, but it's fairly close. This is what's known as the early chronology. The early chronology is 1446 BC. It is the minority view because it's based on the biblical numbers, the literal biblical numbers. The late chronology is about 200 years that way. 1250 we'll call it. And that's the consensus view. And so if you have the Exodus in the 1200s, nothing else in the biblical account works. That's why archaeologists say it's got to be a myth. Nothing else lines up here. If you have it back here, then some things do start to line up. Now the question that should be popping into your head is, well, why is everybody just such a stickler for not accepting this date and moving it 200 years ahead? And the answer is, well, that's when Ramses lived. We've got to have Ramses as the pharaoh of the Exodus. Because we like Ramses. It's not as superficial as that. There are actually other reasons for it. Again, this is just a sketch of the chronology. Even the biblical literal date has problems. Were there really 480 years between Solomon and the Exodus? If you take the biblical numbers for the wandering, the years of the judges, you just add up all the numbers in the book. 91 years of judgeships from Jephthah to Samuel. Okay, you have until Jephthah, after Jephthah. We don't really know how long Saul reigned. There's a problem in some of the passages there. We do have 80 years given for the reigns of Saul and David. You do the math and you come out with 510. So the numbers don't agree. So even, again, for the sort of biblical literalist view, you have a disconnect. The way this is usually resolved is to posit, we don't know for sure, you can build a decent case for it, to posit the idea that some of the judgeships overlapped. And we don't have to take the numbers consecutively, but some of them overlap with each other. They lived at the same time. Well, very possible. Won't get into why. This is a big deal in the subject. You may have seen this term if you've ever done any study on this. Again, if you're in the consensus view, you have an Exodus around 1250 BC. The people of Israel would have been there for, they've been slaves for how long? 400 and some years. So you're 1650 pushing back in close to 1700, but you're right smack dab in the middle of this period, which happens to be something called the Hyksos period. And scholars are like, oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Ramses, Pharaoh, and then that puts the Semites, Joseph and Jacob and his family, back in Egypt during the Hyksos period. You say, what's the big deal? The Hyksos were Semitic. They were Semites. Their name means rulers of foreign lands, not shepherd kings. Some older archaeological sources will have shepherd kings, and that's not actually a good translation. I think it actually comes from part of the name. This in Egyptian, this is Heka Kasut, which literally means rulers of foreign lands. If you want to get into hieroglyphs, this is the determinative for hilly place. Okay? So it refers to a land, not an occupation. But if you look at the first letter here, it looks like a shepherd's crook, and so people thought, oh, shepherds, the biblical guys, and all that kind of stuff. And so, these assumptions were made. And since it fit with the Ramses date, people thought, 2 thumbs up. We got it here. Got it. But what they didn't tell you is that, well, if we accept this is the Joseph period and an Exodus under Ramses, nothing else in the biblical account works. That's the part they're not telling you. I mean, they'll tell you that now because we have this I think, you all know that kind of militant atheism is sort of the thing now. And I think it's fair to say that militant skepticism about Scripture, about things like this, is sort of in vogue too. I mean, it's always been, present in the academy, but they're more predisposed now to kind of pressing the point just so that they can say nothing else works. So it's a myth, but here's the best fit for it. And if you do that, if you go with the evidence, then the biblical story is a myth. And they're cheating, but they're not going to tell you that. The Hyksos were eventually expelled by the Egyptians, and people would naturally say, oh, wow, maybe this is what really happened, and that's where the Exodus story was kind of made up. And you say, well, wait a minute, the Exodus story, they weren't expelled. They left voluntarily. No. Some biblical guy got it messed up. Can you see where we're going here? We're taking circumstantial connections and we're rewriting the narrative. And this is what's done commonly, again, in consensus thinking. And here's another one from Beni Hassan tomb painting showing a band of Asiatic nomads. Asiatic is the Egyptian word for Semite. So we very clearly right here, look, there it is. Heka Kasut, which again in Egyptian means rulers of foreign lands, but people saw that and the crook and, oh, we got animals here, must be shepherds. That was just the assumption. That's just the way it was articulated. Is Joseph really to be associated with the Hyksos? If you take the biblical view, you can't say yes to that question because the chronology doesn't fit. But you say, no, wait a minute. Joseph was a Semite, and here we have a period where you had Semites as pharaohs. And Semites occupied high offices in Egypt. Didn't Joseph occupy a high office in Egypt? Well, sure. Sure he did. But there are other things going on here. Let me just go back here. Do you remember the Joseph story? When Joseph gets pulled out of prison and he has to go, Pharaoh wants to talk to him. What does he do before he goes to see Pharaoh? Anybody remember? He takes a bath and he shaves himself. Why? Because it was offensive to Egyptians to have facial hair across the board. If you're a Semite as a Pharaoh, you're not really going to care. Because that's what we do. So there's some significant disconnections with the story that, again, if Joseph is a Semite, Pharaoh's a Semite, it's like, hey, we're all Semites here. One big happy family. You don't need to shave because we're cool with that. But that is not the way the story reads. And there are other things. I'm just picking out a few problems here. Again, if you're taking the biblical chronology at face value, Jacob went to Egypt when he was 130. He dies 17 years later. Again, the date for this was 1876 BC, if you remember the little chart. He dies 17 years later. Presumably, Joseph dies a little later than that. And there's some biblical numbers here. Basically, you have Jacob and Joseph, according to the Bible's chronology, dying before the Hyksos period. So if you take the biblical numbers at face value, you cannot agree with the dominant view. What I'm doing here, again, I realize that this is kind of scattershot and going through pretty fast, but there are very clearly two opposing views here. Okay, there's the consensus view, and then there's one that really tries hard to align itself with the biblical data. And this is where the fight is. You will find evangelicals on the other side, though, because of the Ramses connection. We'll get to that pretty soon here. Another element that doesn't work with the Joseph story. Joseph gets a new wife. Pharaoh says, hey, you did a good job here. You want to get married? And Joseph's like, well, it beats prison. Yeah, sure, why not? Even though she's a Gentile, nobody complains, okay? He gives her the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. On was the center of solar worship in ancient Egypt. The only problem is the Hyksos didn't worship the solar deity. So again, if it's a Hyksos pharaoh, the biblical story just doesn't make much sense. But that doesn't deter people who want Joseph in that period, because that's where you need to have him to have Ramses be the pharaoh of the Exodus. You just have to do that. Oh, let's see here. As far as names, who takes the early date? Again, putting emphasis on the biblical numbers. Probably the two most prominent names here, and they're both retired now. Bryant Wood, who still occasionally does some lecturing. I know both these guys, and Bryant still travels, to conferences. I saw him last year, but he also had a bout with cancer, so he doesn't do too much actively anymore. Chuck Ailing just retired from Northwestern in St. Paul. But they're probably the two most prominent writers who had teaching positions and actually did archaeology. Wood's PhD is in ceramics. Isn't that awesome? Like, sign me up for that. I get to study pottery and write a dissertation on pottery. Like, no, thank you. But he loves it. And he's done a lot of good publications. But beyond these two guys, again, you don't have anybody that's sort of, kind of a name in the field. On the other side, let's see here. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, do I want to do that? So if you hold, again, just to summarize, if you hold to an early date, again, 1446, you can't have Joseph in the Hyksos, and you can't have Ramses as the pharaoh of the Exodus. Now, as a bonus, believe it or not, Josephus has the Israelites leaving Egypt under Moses with the Hyksos. You say, oh, drat. Why did Josephus have to go and say that? Well, the short answer is Josephus is getting it from somebody who lives during his own time period. Sources, again, that are 1,000 years removed from the actual incident, and he's making them part of his history. You realize Josephus is not infallible. I hope you realize that. I mean, he does make mistakes, and sometimes I'm on his side when the world is against him. Other times I'm like, boy, dude, you had a bad day when you wrote that. But nevertheless, he has it. That's what he says. Now, as a real outlier, let's do a little bit of what I call paleobabble, which is a nice word for nonsense. You will run into this on the internet, which is why I threw it in. Question. Take a good look at this guy. Front view, side view. How would you describe him ethnically?
Abe Lincoln-esque.
Yeah.
I knew somebody would say that, but that's not what I'm looking for. Go stand in the corner. What are his facial features?
Big nose.
Big nose. You know, I hate to be so racist isn't the right word, but okay, let's go with the big nose.
Big nose.
When you got a guy with a big nose, you chances are might think of which ethnic group?
Israelite.
Right, Jews, okay. All right, so that's fair. And people look at this and go, huh, the guy kind of looks Semitic. And you can barely tell it here. He has facial hair. The mummy actually has facial hair. Not typical of an Egyptian. That's him on the left, his wife on the right. Pretty well preserved, actually. She does. She does. That is the mummy of Yuya. And there is one guy on the internet that insists that this is Joseph. He thinks he looks Jewish. The odd position of the hands. This is the only mummy like this, instead of something like that, or arms just kind of, either missing or... It's an odd pose. Facial hair, again, kind of those Semitic features. He is also called in his tomb a father of Pharaoh. Is in Genesis 45:8 of Joseph. To me, that's the only point real here worth considering. The problem is that the remains were found in Egypt, in an Egyptian tomb, and so, what about all these references to removing the bones of Joseph? Okay, Moses did that. Joseph asked for it. And there's also a chronological disconnect. This Yuya doesn't actually come from any of the periods that really fall into either of the views we've been talking about. But that hasn't stopped Ahmed Osman, who's a journalist. He's not an Egyptologist or a scholar or anything like that. He's written a couple books about it, and you will see it on the internet a lot. Nobody is buying it. If you're interested in this, I'll send you a review by a guy named Donald Redford, who is an Egyptologist, and I have only one word for this review. Brutal. It's very rare when you see someone's work mocked publicly in a journal. This is one of those times. Because Osman has to make all sorts of arguments that not only violate the biblical account, but violate lots of other stuff in Egyptian records too. But he insists that this has to be really because of this title. Now there are similar titles, a father of the god, okay, that you will find in tombs said of individuals who were high court officials. You say, well, is that a match for a father of Pharaoh? Doesn't sound like it, a father of God. Well, don't forget, to the Egyptians, Pharaoh was the state deity. Okay? So it's not quite as good of a case as you'd think, and there are about 10 other things, really significant things against it. But I thought I'd bring it up because you see it a lot. Why all the focus on Ramses? This is Ramses II, Ramses the Great. Again, the Pharaoh of the Exodus is not actually named, but this is the consensus candidate. It's really because of Exodus 1:11. You can flip there if you want. Anybody know what Exodus 1:11 says? The Israelites built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses.
I thought the name was mentioned.
Ramses is mentioned several times, but never Pharaoh Ramses. The first time you get in the biblical record of Pharaoh named, I believe, is Necho, which is in the divided kingdom many years later. Which, interestingly enough, is also an Egyptian pattern of naming pharaohs and whatnot. And, don't want to get too rabbit trail on that. Exodus 1:11 has the Israelites building 2 store cities. One of them has the name Ramses on it. And Exodus 12 mentions that again. Exodus 12 is leading up. That's the account of the Passover. Part of the plagues, the Passover. Exodus 14 is the crossing of the Reed Sea, the Yam Suf in Hebrew, the Sea of Reeds. It's not actually Red Sea. We'll say something about that in a moment. And then Exodus 15 is the Song of Moses celebrating the deliverance through the sea. So this is part of the Exodus account, both of these passages here, and they mention Ramses. So people look at this and say, look, end of debate. End of debate. This has to be the time of Ramses. Because why else would they call the storehouse, the store cities, the city of Ramses? Why would you do that? I have here. What about Genesis 47:11? Somebody look that up, please.
It says in the land of Ramses.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
Then Joseph settled his father and his brothers and gave them possession of the land of Egypt in the best of the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded.
Mhm.
Is that what you want?
And who is that about? Well, now wait a minute. Joseph lived hundreds of years before Ramses. And there are no other Pharaoh Ramseses, pardon the butchery of the English language there. There are no other Pharaoh Ramseses around that time.
Does Ramses mean something else?
Or is it common?
It's not common. It's common in the New Kingdom, the 19th dynasty. Everybody gets to be named Ramses because everybody's related to everybody else. I throw that in there because, on the one hand, since these 2 references are set in the Exodus story, and people see the word Ramses, the name, they think, end of story. They'll use the name as a chronological indicator, a chronological linchpin, but that doesn't work in Genesis 47. So you ask, well, how else could you look at this? Another shot of Ramses. He can stand to gain a few pounds. Okay. Now, again, Ramses is the only pharaoh to reign 40 plus years. The other one's Tutmos III. And again, this is the consensus date, and all this other stuff, this biblical literalism, is impossible. But what about, if I stuck this in here, yeah. What about Ramses? If you believe in an Exodus before Ramses, and you look at Genesis 47 and say, well, look, you got a reference to Ramses before Ramses is ever supposed to be here anyway in the Bible. So how can you use the name to be able to say, well, okay, explain that. How can you have the name before the guy lived? This is how you do it. You do it by saying that someone updated place names in the Torah. In other words, somebody, think about it. Let's say you're Moses, you write the Pentateuch, or at least part of it, and you're writing an account of the people, their history, and let's just call it 1400 BC is when you produce the Torah. 400 years later, 200 years later, maybe even only 100 years later. So the people living 100 years later, they're reading along in what Moses wrote, and they go, what is this place? I don't recognize this name. And so an editor would come along and say, okay, now it's called Ramses, but before it was called something else. And the reader goes, oh, okay, I get it. I know where we're at now on the map. You say, well, that sounds like cheating, except for the fact that there's actually evidence in the Bible of doing this. Genesis 14:14, Deuteronomy 34:1 specifically mention Dan. Okay, Dan. If you look up named Dan during the time of the Judges, because that's what this verse says. It says prior to that time it was called Laish. Let's go look up the verse, that's what it says. It's not very exciting, but it's important here. What that means is, in the time of the Judges, if the name was changed in the time of the Judges, that's after Moses lived. So how can we find Dan in Moses' writings? The answer is somebody changed the name so that you would know. And they tell you right here what it used to be. This does happen. There are maybe 6, 7 examples of this in the Old Testament where someone has changed a place name so that the readers of his day would know where in the world you're talking about this or that event happening. So people who want to take an earlier view of the Exodus will say, look, this is what obviously has to be going on with Ramses, because you have a reference to it in Genesis 47 in the time of Joseph, when it just shouldn't be there. Somebody, again, when people would know who Ramses was, put it there later, and earlier it was something else. Probably, if you're going with archaeological material, it was probably Avaris. It would have been the name of the place. So the name Ramses, what this comes down to, is that just because we get Ramses in Exodus 1:11 doesn't mean we have to have Ramses as the Pharaoh of the Exodus. But yet everyone goes there. Everyone says that has to be what happened. That has to be the connection. And if you make that connection, nothing else in the biblical story works. If you don't make the connection, then there are things in the Egyptian record that can correlate with the biblical material and correlate kind of dramatically in some cases. But nobody today, I shouldn't say nobody, but most scholars today don't even want to hear that because they are married to the Ramses view. That's just the reality of it. Merentah gets talked about in this, maybe a candidate for the Exodus. Not many people would say this, but some people do. Here's the Merentah stela. Merentah is a pharaoh that follows Ramses in that dynasty. And this stela is famous for being what, at least until recent years, was thought to be the only reference to Israel in an Egyptian monument. Merentah, if you use the chronology for the pharaohs, would have lived in 1206 BC. And that's kind of like late date territory. So this drew a lot of attention. The text says, Israel is laid waste, its or his seed is no more. So Merentah basically is, talking about, lots of other people groups and countries and cities in this stela, basically that, hey, I beat them all, or they're nothing, and they're toast, and all this kind of stuff. And Israel is in this list, which is kind of curious, because if you have an Exodus, say 1250, like 50 years later, then Israel's like hardly existing at all. Does that make any sense? No. That would have been the time of the conquest. So Merentah doesn't fit, but again, the consensus view will just say, oh, it's just biblical embellishment. Don't worry about that. Here's the spelling for Israel in the Merentah stela. This is Y-S-R-Y. The falcon here is the ah sound. And then the mouth here, this is it's supposed to be a mouth. Pardon the Egyptian artists here. That can be either an R or an L. So this is your place name here. Now, here's the interesting part. You have the man and the woman here at the end, And the little dashes are to denote plurality, so lots of them, okay? This is not what you would see as a determinative. In hieroglyphs, determinatives are signs that classify words. They're like glorified cheat glyphs. Like I can't remember what category of word this fits in. Well, thank you, Mr. Scribe. You tell me where to place it because you added a determinative at the end, so I know it goes in this bucket. This is what you get with people groups and not really lands. But you know what? If the Exodus was 1250 and they wandered for 40 years, they're actually in a land, aren't they? By the time Mariantah is Pharaoh. They're in the land of Canaan. They have a land, don't they? So why doesn't the Mariantah stela reflect that? And the answer to some people is because the chronology is wrong. Because the Pharaoh of the Exodus was not Ramses. Because you're 200 years too far ahead. But the consensus view would say, oh, well, maybe the scribe was kind of sloppy here. It's imprecise. It still kind of counts as a place, even though it doesn't have the right hieroglyphs there. We'll still go with it. Thanks. Now, this is a quote from James Pritchard, who was not an evangelical. He's been deceased for quite a bit. Much has been made of the fact that the word Israel is the only one of the names in the context which is written with the determinative people rather than a land. Thus, we should seem to have the children of Israel in or near Palestine, but not yet as a settled people. This would have an important bearing on the day of the conquest. This is a valid argument. So Pritchard is basically saying, this is kind of odd that the Egyptians would have chosen this way to write the term. Determinatives should have meaning, and a contrast between determinatives in the same context should be significant. All of the other places, okay, the stela does give the country determinative, the land sign, to settled peoples that are in the list, the Rebu, the Temeh, the Hatti, Ashkelon, etc. Gives the determinative people to unlocated groups. Here's the list. Israel would not be an unlocated group is the point, if this was actually after the Exodus, 50 years after the Exodus. They are in the land. So people have noticed this, but again, basically not cared too much about it. Now, I said that the Mariantah stela was, up until recently, considered the only Egyptian monument that had the name Israel in it. There are a number of people who are changing their view right now. This is the object that was found in a museum. This is called the Berlin pedestal, Berlin stele, Berlin statue, 21687 if you want to be precise. These are, you'll notice, we have a person here, and it's hard to see here, but you see the little bow tie thing here? Those are bound captives. Okay, that's the way they're depicted in hieroglyphs. Bound captive, and presumably bound captive. We've lost the edge here. Now, the interesting thing about this isn't this one, it's this one, the one that has half of it missing. Because if you look at the consonants that you can make out here, there's the reed for the Y. This is sort of what would I call it, a bottle cap with prongs. Egyptians did not have bottle caps. Okay. That's the sh sound. This is considered to be the beak of a bird. That would be the ah sound, just like the other one. And then an R down here. It's starting to look like kind of some of the same hieroglyphs in the name Israel, doesn't it? Well, there are some people who think that's exactly what we have. And here's the reconstruction. Except it's a different spelling. This would be Ya-Sha-Yir. But, fortunately, or unfortunately, like other languages, hieroglyphic signs can sometimes be more than one letter. The sh, sha, the r here, right here, could also be an L. So you could have either this, Ya-Sha-Yir, or Yasrael, Israel. Could be one or the other. This term right here shows up in no other Egyptian text known to mankind. which has led a number of people to say, this is probably better because it's in a list of places, and these other two places are in Canaan. Okay, they're right next door, Syria, Palestine. So whoever made this object is again boasting of the places they've conquered, because these are conquered foreigners. They're tied up, their hands are tied. So here we have a pharaoh who's boasting about this. Now if you take the whole thing, guess when this falls into the chronology? You guessed it, the early date. Okay, 200 years before Ramses. That's why people are now fighting over this. It can't be Israel, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Again, and you probably won't hear about this in, again, popular discussion. You will hear about it if you read journal articles, if you're a geek, okay? This is what happens. Okay, this is the cost of geekdom here. You run into stuff like this. And it's, there it is. So it would be, this is actually a good example of the kind of thing that if you don't presume the Ramses connection, which situates the Exodus at a certain period of time, if you're willing to move it back 200 years, you get stuff like this that make that view plausible. Whereas the consensus view, you got a vacuum. Let's talk about the root of the Exodus a little bit. Time check, please.
7:32.
Okay, I'll do this in a few minutes. Yeah, I knew I would get through this in an hour. Root of the Exodus. Oh, yes. This is one of my favorite things to just drive myself insane with. This is the traditional route. Okay, we've all seen this in study Bibles. Here we are up in Goshen in the Delta. We journey out a little bit. Here's Pithom, Pithom and Ramses. Okay, Tel El Daba is now the site, the archaeological site of Ramses right here. So here's where we originate. And we go down here, and we straddle the left arm of the Red Sea, and we cross something somewhere, and we go down here to Sinai. This is the traditional location of Sinai. And then we go up here, and we eventually find our way into the land. There are actually other options, other routes. Now, the one we know that they didn't take is the way of the sea, the way of the Philistines here, because the account says specifically don't go that route. So that one can be ruled out, but there's a caravan path right here. There's one that crosses here, and of course the traditional route. So you have a number of possibilities to actually cross. You say, well, how do we know? What does it matter? If we go back here, there are actually, there's more than three, but we'll go with three. There are actually three sort of candidates for Sinai. Do you realize the only real reason we have this as Mount Sinai is because of Constantine's mom? Constantine's mom, she was a believer, so we can't poke fun at her too much. But she fancied herself as an archaeologist. Here, that happened there. It was like, hey, you're the emperor's mom, we're not going to argue. It would be bad for us. And this is the traditional spot. Over here is another mountain called Jebel al-Lawz that some people think is Sinai, and I actually kind of favor this one. Up here there's something called Har Karkom, which to some is a candidate. And it depends on which route you think they took. That's part of it. Now look at this. We have Exodus 13. I want to show you why this is tough. God led the people around by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea. Hebrew, it's Yam Suf, the Sea of Reeds. And the people of Israel went up out of the land of Egypt equipped for battle. So here we are, Pithom, Ramses, Sukkot is mentioned in the narratives, and so they take off here. They probably, again, start on this route, but then some parts of the narrative have them turning. You don't really know which way they turn. So like, did they turn and go here? Did they turn and go all the way down? We're not really sure. But anyway, they start out toward the Red Sea. Well, it's not really the Red Sea as we think of it. It's the Sea of Reeds. That's what the Hebrew text says. This term is applied to the Red Sea occasionally, but only on this prong in the Bible, anyway. Exodus 14. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell the people of Israel to turn back and encamp in front of Pi-Hahirot, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baal-Zephon. You shall encamp facing it by the sea. For Pharaoh will say to the people of Israel, they're wandering in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. Exodus 14 never uses the phrase Yam Suf, Red Sea. It just says the sea. Well, that's nice. How many bodies of water do we have here? On this map, we have 2. If you actually look at Google Earth, you got more than that. So it's really hard to know what in the world they crossed. Exodus 15. Pharaoh's chariots and his host he cast into the sea. And his chosen officers were sunk in the Red Sea. Now here we got both of them. So in chapter 13 we got one phrase. Chapter 14 we got another, and not the first one. And now we got both of them. Let me make it worse for you. Okay? Numbers 33. Let me make it worse. I'm good at that. So the people of Israel set out from Ramses and camped at Succoth. And they set out from Succoth and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they set out from Etham and turned back to Pi-Hahirot, which is east of Baal-Zephon. They camped before Migdol. Sounds really close to Exodus 13, right? Same place names, here we go. And they set out from before Hahirot, and catch this, they passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and they went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. And from Marah, they went to Elim, and eventually they wind up at the Red Sea. Well, wait a minute. I thought they were supposed to cross this, but they cross the sea, they go through the midst of the sea before they ever get to the other one. What in the world is going on? They went through the sea before they hit the Red Sea. Well, wait a minute. Exodus 15 said it was the Red Sea. Like what? You just throw up your hands. It's like, what in the world is going on? Now, a lot of it, at least today, I'll just give you little snippets here. Pi-Hahirot shows up. Notice there's a question mark here. In Egyptian, Pi-Hahirot means the mouth of the canal. Okay, the mouth of the canal. So it has been transliterated into Hebrew, and some people think, okay, this is a clue. Can we find an ancient canal anywhere? Maybe that would help. Well, in this map, someone proposed that there was a canal here, and I'm wondering if I took, oh, this is in Google Earth in this case. But if you look at the dotted lines here, this is all canal. At one time in antiquity, all of these bodies, the Bala Lakes, this, Lake Timsah, the Bitter Lakes, and down here is the left prong of the Red Sea, they were all connected by a canal. So, what did they cross? Did they cross the canal? Did they cross one of these? We don't really know, but this helps explain why, to an ancient person, you could have used any of these terms and been talking roughly about the same thing. Okay? Because they were all connected at one time. That is a satellite photograph here. I want to show you a few other things about the crossing. Now, most people think that they crossed up here somewhere, because here you can see a little bit of the connectivity right here, and then they wander down or wander over to Sinai. There are other locations that some people have argued for. See down here how it's really narrow down here? Some people believe that they crossed, the canal, that wasn't the crossing of the sea, and they went down here and they crossed here. Why do they believe that? Because this is what it looks like. This is Google Earth. This is a screenshot I took yesterday. There is a natural land bridge at this point. And so some people look at the Exodus account about God using a wind to blow away the waters and all that sort of thing, and they think, well, maybe they crossed here. That would put Sinai over here in Midian. Remember I said that was one of the possible locations? Why is Sinai and Midian? Why would that make sense? I'm playing my hand here. I favor Sinai and Midian, but there's one reason why. Remember the burning bush episode? Moses is out tending the flocks where? Midian. Okay. it doesn't make any sense for Moses to drive sheep or goats 300 or 400 miles to get something to eat. Okay, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Not only that, but Paul refers to Sinai in Arabia. And Arabia is a notoriously elastic term in ancient texts. Yeah, you know, you can find some Roman period texts that call this Arabia, but you can find them over here too. And of course, that's what we would think of as Arabia anyway in modern times. So some people think the crossing was down there. Others say no, it was like in the middle of the Gulf of Aqaba. I mention this because you will see this on the internet as well a lot. Here's the alternate route. Here's this presumed crossing to get to Mount Sinai in Midian, if that is indeed where it is. Here's Jebel al-Lawz. Jebel al-Lawz was a volcanic mountain. It is burned on the top. Again, that's why some people like it as a candidate for Sinai. Now, I'm showing you this picture because I want to discourage you. Okay, so I'm hoping I'm not saying anything too offensive here, but the champion of this crossing, not the Jebel al-Lawz stuff, that comes from a number of other sources, but the champion of this stuff, oh, there's a pillar here, Solomon's pillar, that we supposedly found and the Saudis took it away and now you can't see it anymore. And there was another pillar over here that supposedly, you know, like has Paleo-Hebrew writing that talks about the Exodus and all this kind of stuff. This is the view of Ron Wyatt, who is famous / infamous in biblical archaeological circles as far as, you know, kind of like your layman's archaeology. I don't really take anything for what I don't really buy anything Ron Wyatt says. This was the guy who said, I've discovered the Ark of the Covenant and the blood of Jesus seeped down through the Temple Mount and dripped on the Ark. And, you know, just basically Ron has discovered everything, okay, and can't show you any of it. Because it's like the giants in the Smithsonian. Someone stole it, and you know, there's a big conspiracy. And, okay, so I'm just telling you right now, you might go looking for this and find Ron Wyatt and think, oh, does Mike like Ron Wyatt stuff? Does he think it's credible? No, I don't. But I do, again, I have reasons of my own here for liking this view. But that's what you get. So what did we learn tonight? We learned that you can get a headache really fast when you start thinking about this stuff. You know, and I'm half serious there, but you know what I really want you to take away is, look, when you see, especially again online, on the internet, maybe I'm a little too sensitive to this because I do lots of stuff online, I get lots of email from people, and maybe I'm just gun shy or just, I don't know. But when you see stuff online or at the impulse shelf in the grocery store, okay, usually around Passover time. See, the Passover time, that's when they hit the Exodus and have to destroy that. And then around Christmas time is when you'll get the Jesus stuff at the impulse shelf in the grocery store about how Jesus was just a man, or he was just like some wacko or zealot or whatever he was. Okay, don't be troubled. Let not your heart be troubled. There are always two sides to every debate. What you get in popular sources, like the internet, like the History Channel, like the impulse shelf in the grocery store, is filtered to you. It just is. And we can speculate and wax conspiratorial and kind of silly about why that is, but that is the way it is. To really get at the material and try to get the lay of the land for everything, you know, and all the different possibilities, and just kind of think about it, you have to get into more serious material. That's just the nature of the beast. So let not your heart be troubled by some of these things. On the other side, good luck. I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult, but I think you can create a pretty good circumstantial case for the historicity of these things. Not in every detail, but I mean, there are connections if you go the other way. And I lean toward the early date side of things. I'm not troubled by saying things like, well, maybe biblical numbers shouldn't be taken at face value. That doesn't bother me, because there's a certain artificiality to some of that. Why does everything happen in 40s? Have you ever wondered? Why is like every king like 40? Everything's 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Is that just a coincidence, or maybe there's something going on there? Maybe it's a literary device or something like that. I don't have any trouble with that. The reason I gravitate toward that other view is because you get some really interesting synchronisms if you do that. And I think we ought to be willing to consider that possibility rather than just dismiss it. So I feel kind of stupid asking for questions since I'm over time, but I'll do it anyway. Okay, any questions? Any gasps of despair? Any white flags? Okay.
This might be a silly
Sure.
thing, but I think it's in National Geographic, But didn't they find some of the chariots at the bottom of Red Sea or somewhere in that crossing? That they said, or shields or something?
The last slide here. I hate to crush your spirit here.
I thought it was,
I've seen that video.
yeah.
No, I've seen it too. It's one of Ron Wyatt's, claims.
Okay, I wondered.
If you go to the last slide there are two links, and I don't know if they're live in the PDF or not. If they're not, I can just send you the links if you email me. But it's another one of these cases where no one's ever actually found one of the objects that was supposedly discovered. And if they're, again, I don't want to be too accusatory here. Either Wyatt or somebody working for Wyatt sort of misrepresented somebody's work on, believe it or not, somebody actually wrote a book on this, Egyptian chariot wheels. And what he says he has really wouldn't conform to the Exodus story anyway.
See, I was excited when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, to me it's one of those things when I see that come up on the internet, I try not to just say, oh, here we go again. But it's like, well, hey, maybe we got something here. That would be kind of neat. And you give it some time, and eventually, it either comes out either indeterminate, maybe, it'll go from a maybe to a maybe, a serious maybe, or you'll find out that there's just nothing to this. And consistently, Wyatt has been in the other bucket, unfortunately. Again, I'm not doubting his testimony or anything like that, but it's not a good tactical thing to be really methodologically poor, even to the point of kind of being a little kind of cheating, because eventually somebody's going to produce something to the contrary, and then people will look at that and say either, well, that's what Christians do, or they're so desperate they have to cheat. It never has a good outcome. It just doesn't. Saying you don't know or you're not sure is okay. But I can give it to the other side. Withholding information is also not okay. There is another possibility here, even though it goes against the consensus, that really deserves a good look. It really does. Anybody else? Thank you for coming again. So we're going to hit Jericho tonight because that's sort of the fundamental event, fundamental thing that everybody gets so exercised over and talks about. And then we're going to just pick our way through some other sort of notable either figures or notable artifacts toward the end. So, if you recall from last time, there were essentially two competing eras when it came to the Exodus from Egypt. One was basically 1250 or so BC. That is the consensus view, the so-called late date. Its primary pillar, I said last week, were the references to Ramses in the Exodus narrative. Its sort of secondary pillar is what we're going to talk about with Jericho. Be that as it may, we'll get there in a few minutes. The late Exodus date, again, if you're going to go with that direction, and we mentioned it last time, that the result is that nothing archaeologically really lines up with textual material as far as the Bible goes. But this is the dominant view, and since it is the dominant view, and since you apparently have all these disconnects this is where the sort of consensus skepticism comes from in regard to, does the Bible, validate or at least have anything to say with some of these big biblical events like the Exodus. And following the Exodus, of course, in biblical history is the conquest. So if they get in 1250 or so, they leave Egypt. By the time you hit around 1200, you get 40 years of wandering. Then you're at the conquest, just in round numbers, 1200 BC. Again, this is the dominant view. The other view, of course, you've sort of just moved back 200 years. We'll get to there in a moment. But if you're taking this as the time of the conquest because of some of these other things, archaeologically speaking, if you look at Canaanite sites, cities in Canaan that have been excavated to some degree, at least, like Jericho, then you're going to find, again, that the picture just doesn't line up. There's no evidence of a destruction in Jericho circa 1200 BC. And so people say, well, there couldn't have been a conquest then because there's no evidence for it. You're also going to find a lot of pottery that you would find really throughout the late Bronze period. So the late Bronze period is roughly 1500 to 1200, 1550 to 1200 BC. And so archaeologists would say, look, there's no evidence of a destruction here. We got to go with this date because of the Ramesses thing. And we're finding, essentially what we would expect in terms of pottery, minus all of the destruction. So it's a Canaanite population. They really weren't disturbed in terms of a conquest event, and so therefore, we don't have any archaeological evidence for not only the Exodus, but now we're talking about the conquest. When it comes to pottery, we're going to see this picture again. You have to realize that when archaeologists talk about pottery, I think the nice substitute would be, think of pottery like you would think of Tupperware. Okay? Or what's the thing that my wife, Pampered Chef, okay? Think of it like that. Because when you have a Pampered Chef party in the house, everything in the catalog, they're all going to be shapes and sizes and styles, and they all have their own purpose. The way they're constructed conveys what they're used for, what they should be used for. It's the same thing with pottery. So here are typical pottery styles, except for number 2. You'll notice number 2 is not in the list here. And so archaeologically speaking, you find lots of these styles throughout the late Bronze Age. They're all common to Canaan during this period. And so this is what's being found at Jericho, again, minus the destruction evidence and all that stuff. The second one that we've omitted here, number 2, is going to be significant in a moment. Now, because the consensus view is committed to the 1200 date, they don't see evidence of a conquest. They have proposed different models to substitute for the conquest. So a mainstream archaeologist, whether they're American or Israeli or whatever, if you ask them, well, hey, tell us about the conquest of the Promised Land, the first thing they're going to do is correct you in their mind. Well, there was no conquest. Again, for all these reasons we're talking about. Instead, here's what happened. Okay, so then there's competing models for this. And the 3 major views I'm taking from the summary statement of Rick Hess. The first one is the peaceful infiltration model, and it goes like this. The key word here is peaceful. You have a bunch of wandering semi-nomadic clans who are Semites. They are from outside Canaan. They partner up with people who are living in the desert that worship this strange god called Yahweh. And they eventually band together. This group, moves into the land from the desert areas. They move into the urban landscape of Canaan. They sort of, it's kind of like this, people from the suburbs moving back into the cities. You don't have to go conquer your apartment. You just go rent it, okay? So they decide to move from where they're living, either in Canaan or a little bit of outside of Canaan. They move into the land, they settle there, and eventually the outsiders of this group team up with the outsiders here. They band together and they take over the place. There are isolated skirmishes. Eventually they just outnumber the native inhabitants over the course of centuries, and they displace the population. But since it took so long, again, don't think conquest, don't think like 7 years of battles, you win the land. Since it takes a long time, during the process, the people who are infiltrating begin to adopt the local customs, namely the local pottery styles, the local way of building houses, so that they start to look pretty much like the native Canaanites. They adopt, again, their material culture. And so for some people, this explains why when you look at the material culture from 1200 BC, it pretty much is uniform. But yet, we have these stories that everybody, this collective memory of, Yahweh worship, and where'd that come from? Because, again, there's no evidence that it's native. It had to come in from the outside somewhere, all this kind of stuff. Their idea is, well, something must have happened where the native Canaanite population kind of became something else, something a little bit similar, but something that had differences too, but it was not violent. So they call this the peaceful infiltration model. Now, there is some biblical precedent for this idea. Exodus 12:38 does tell us that a mixed multitude left Egypt and went to Canaan. And so people will look at this and say, well, among the Israelites, you probably had nomads from the Negev. You probably had people from the Sinai, because the Israelites are trucking through there. They might have picked up, people to finish the rest of the trip. You probably have, again, once they get in there and they start settling in the burbs before they make this transition to urban living. And of course, the Old Testament says that you basically got houses that you didn't even build. You moved into them. Of course, the Old Testament descriptions, this is after conquest. But people will take these little phrases out of the Old Testament and, again, strip out all the conquering language and say, look, they moved in there, they were outsiders, and they sort of became insiders, but they displaced and sort of merged with the local population. But because they were outsiders, other outsiders glommed onto them, and so you get sort of this mixed, kind of heritage, but they all kind of essentially become Canaanite, anyway. And so they'll take just these little passages, again, references to foreigners. There are cities in the hill country, like around Shechem, where Israelites are said to occupy, but no battle was ever described for those locations. There are a few of these in the narrative. And so those who want to go with the peaceful infiltration model will take, again, that verse reference and say, well, look, the Bible says this too. It's just, it threw in all this conquest language because whoever wrote this Torah thing, wanted to glorify their God, wanted to, to dress up the narrative, because otherwise it's kind of boring. So, you write it a certain way so it's interesting and dramatic, but it's not real history. Okay. Model number 2, the peasant revolt. Basically, this has the revolt against an indigenous Canaanite aristocracy by the lower classes. This is a Marxist model. Yeah, it's not just a pejorative up here. Norman Gottwald is famous for this model, and he was a sort of a Marxist historian. So he applied Marxist ideology to what happened in Canaan. And when he does that, he's, again, stripping out the conquest in terms of a grand scale. And you have to realize that when the Bible talks about the conquest, it's not just, you go into a place and occupy, but there's a lot of destruction language. So somebody like Gottwald would say, well, there was an uprising. You had the slaves and the lower classes, and eventually they gained control, and they killed some people and ran some others out of town and that sort of thing. But you don't have, again, this dramatic sort of warfare kind of flavor to it. It's really a question of scale. So this is something that you'll still hear about. And again, if you took the history of Israel at Western or some place like that, you're going to be discussing this kind of thing and reading about it. Pastoral Canaanites is a third view. This sees the Israelites as originally Canaanites. In other words, they don't even get there from Egypt. So this one sort of tries to deny the whole Egyptian flavor of it. But eventually they're Canaanites living in the hill country of the land in the Middle Bronze Age. They eventually abandon their homes and move into the towns and just gradually displace the population. So again, all of these have one thing in common: they don't have a conquest. And the motivation, of course, is, well, we can't have a conquest. How else do you expect us to talk about this? We can't talk about a conquest because there's no archaeological evidence for a conquest. Because we're looking at 1200 BC and we're not finding anything. And so the starting point, again, is a lot of this is really about chronology, and as we talked about last week. Now, the other side, circa 1400 BC, again, if you have a 1446 Exodus, 40 years of wandering, you hit the land at 1406, takes Joshua 6 or 7 years to do the conquest, just call it 1400. So here's your early view. This is the early date of the Exodus, and if you take that view, you wind up with the conquest of the land around 1400. Now this is based on these things. Other than the biblical chronology, here's the archaeological justification for this view. People are going to point to foreign pottery found elsewhere in Canaan, only in this period. In other words, there are examples of sites that have been excavated where you don't find native pottery. You find pottery imported from outside, from other places. And the pattern has been that all of that is dated to this period. So when you find it in a destruction layer, at this date, that suggests conquest. Okay, that suggests that we don't have just this uniform, consistent picture of no violence and no dramatic entry from the outside. There is exceptional Canaanite pottery, some that doesn't conform to the late Bronze Age. Scarabs are little, I don't know what you'd call them in today's parlance. They're about as big as your thumbnail. They're essentially little seals. You'd wear them on a finger like a ring, and you'd stamp something with them. And Egyptians made these all the time, typically with the name of a pharaoh on them. The 18th century into the 1350s, so not from this period. So that should raise it, well, how'd they get there? Okay. If they're in a destruction layer, doesn't that sort of pin it chronologically? We'll get to that in a minute. And then the walls of Jericho. Archaeologically speaking, there is lots of evidence for a dramatic destruction of Jericho. It just happens to be in this period and not this one. So if you were sitting down with a mainstream archaeologist and he'd say, well, there's no evidence for the conquest, and you'd say, well, wait a minute. What about this guy and this discovery and all this destruction stuff? I read a whole book on this. And they would say, well, yeah, but that's 200 years too early. Again, they're locked in to the late chronology, but the evidence for the biblical picture, that's the disconnect again, this 200-year, give or take. So how do we get to this point? You can blame her for a lot of it. Kathleen Kenyon, we're going to come back to her in a moment, but Kenyon worked in the 50s at Jericho. And she is far and away the most famous excavator of Jericho. People who excavated prior to her were on the early side. In other words, they saw alignment with the biblical story. After she did her work in the 50s, that all changed. And she became the consensus. So we'll talk a little bit about her in a moment. As far as Jericho goes, the thing that Kenyon had going for her in the 50s again was nobody up to her time had done as much excavation and had done it with the scrutiny and the care, the real careful methods that she employed. In fact, her and her associate, Wheeler, they had a method named after them, and it's one that's still used today. It was very influential. Up until this time, nobody was doing this kind of thing in archaeology, where you lay out a grid on a site and you cut squares so that you can walk across them. They're called balks. And the idea of cutting the squares is so that you could see the stratification levels. Nobody done that. Kenyon did that everywhere. And so, again, she helped pioneer this method that is still in use. Another look at what a site would look like with this method. You know, we kind of take this for granted now. You probably have seen pictures of archaeological digs. They didn't always do this. Here is a stratification sample. This is not Jericho, but again, they've had someone, you know, chalk the lines, the layers, and if you could see this well, you'd see there's different kinds of debris at each level. They don't all look the same because they're not all the same stuff. But you're not going to see that unless you cut it like a layer cake. And that was the Wheeler-Kenyon method. So this is a medieval example, but I like the picture. So if you're on the top of the ground, here's your 19th century wall, and you start digging down, you're going to see, well, here's a wall, over here's another wall, but they don't look the same, the materials aren't the same, the method of construction isn't the same. Obviously, the level isn't the same. Here's a pit. A pit in archaeological language is like a garbage dump. Everybody just threw stuff in there, and archaeologists love to find pits because there's anything and everything that people used all in one place. And that's a big deal when you can find a pit. Here's a road. Again, you have different kinds of rock and so on and so forth. You're trying to hit bedrock, which in some cases is a real challenge, because you could have successive layers of occupation. In the biblical lands, you could have a site lived on, 15 levels. They just keep rebuilding over the time. Nobody brings in a bulldozer and says, hey, let's start over. That doesn't happen. It's like, what's here that we can use? Because we don't have to cut it, we don't have to haul it. Hey, let's just reuse it. Maybe we'll move it to some other little place. Well, hey, there's half a wall here now, let's just use that. Okay. So this is what they're doing, and the Wheeler-Kenyon method exposes, again, all the layers, which is why it gained popularity. But this is Jericho on the left, a hand drawing. You get an idea of how deep this can go, what the scale is here. Again, it's pretty significant. This is an aerial picture of Jericho, at least. I'm trying to remember which issue of Bar this was. This is probably 20 years old. But you can see that the whole city of Jericho has not been gridded out. Okay, this is what you have. You have certain places, again, that got a lot of attention. This used to be balked, but then they'll take the balks away once they reveal the stratification and cut the rest down. Over here, and then around here on the edge. I mean, you get different areas of excavation for Jericho. Right, here's the modern houses and the roads. This is kind of right out there in the middle of nowhere. A history of Jericho. You do have, again, some early excavations. It's a German one. Garstang is a major figure. Garstang preceded Kenyon. Garstang's dating, you'll look at the dates. He's the one who found evidence for a collapsed wall at Jericho, complete with burn evidence, the whole bit. And he dated what he excavated to the late 15th, early 14th century BC, which is the early chronology. So everybody was, oh wow, this is awesome. Again, the city level that had been destroyed is called City 4. And he based his chronology on, again, foreign pottery, going back to that earlier slide, scarabs. There's an absence of Mycenaean ware, which we'll bring up again a little bit later. That's from the Aegean. And, he found so much destruction, he said, well, chronologically, it works out to the biblical story, so probably the Israelites. Okay? Now, that was controversial even prior to Kenyon, but once Kenyon showed up, it just never went back. Again, Kenyon concluded that Garstang was right in terms of what he found, but he was wrong in terms of how he dated it. So she doesn't come in there and deny that Garstang found what he found. That would be kind of stupid. It's like, hey, it's in boxes or museums. Like, here it is. Instead, it's the issue of dating. She said Garstang dated City 4 incorrectly. Now, she never published a final report before her death, and this is actually going to become important. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to say, no, it's not 1550 and 1400, it's not the end of the Middle Bronze Age, her position was move it 200 years later, and so now we're in the Late Bronze Age, and there's no destruction in the Late Bronze Age. Therefore, the biblical story cannot be true. So that was that, and it still is doctrine in the archaeological community. In the 1990s, this whole thing sort of blew up again. And that was because of Bryant Wood, mainly. Now, Wood, were any of you around maybe, let's see, 7, 8 years ago? I was in charge of the Logos lecture series, and I asked Bryant to come and give us a lecture on Jericho. Anybody around for that? Saw that? Bryant is still alive. He's a bit older, had just had a recent bout with cancer. His first career was in the military. He was an engineer, and he quit the military, went to grad school, and became an archaeologist. His dissertation is on Canaanite pottery. He is an expert on Canaanite because after he finished his dissertation, he got real curious about the fact that Kenyon had never published a final study before she died. So he wanted to go back and look at her notes. And he actually found a box of pottery in the Louvre with the pottery in the box that Kenyon said wasn't there, that affected her chronological conclusions. And that made Time magazine. Now, it didn't change the consensus, because everybody's still married to the consensus, okay? But he actually found a box of stuff that she said wasn't there. He didn't charge her with hiding it. Some people wondered. But the rest is just sort of history. I mean, Kenyon's work has become the consensus. But he's published some reevaluation of Kenyon's work. If you want to read his, a lot of his full stuff, he does a lot of he's published in journals and whatnot, but he does a lot of writing, for the average person that's interested. And you can find that online. But here's what he writes in the section I have linked here. It says, to understand how Kenyon reached her conclusion, we must piece together scattered statements in various writings, again, because she didn't publish a full book. When we do this, it becomes clear that Kenyon based imported from Cyprus and common to the Late Bronze I period, okay, or the end of the MBA. So you've got 1500, 1400. It's the beginning of the Late Bronze Age. This imported Cypriot ware had been previously found mainly in Megiddo tomb groups, and Kenyon used this pottery to construct her ceramic typology for the Late Bronze I period. Although she mentions local pottery types used in the periods, obviously paid little attention to the common domestic forms since they appear regularly in the final phases of City 4. So on and so forth. Again, Kenyon chose to emphasize the imported wares in reaching her chronological conclusions. A careful examination of the Jericho excavation reports, however, or moreover, says that both Garstang and Kenyon dug in a poor quarter of the city where they found only humble domestic dwellings. That's going to affect what kind of Tupperware you find. Because if it's the imported stuff that really helps with chronology, only the wealthier people are going to have that. Because the cheap stuff you can make on your own. The foreign stuff you got to pay for. Okay? To make matters worse, Kenyon based her conclusions on a limited excavation area, 2 26 by 26 foot squares. An argument from silence is always problematic, but Kenyon's argument is especially poorly founded. She based her dating on the fact that she failed to find expensive imported pottery in a small excavation area, in an impoverished part of the city located far from the trade routes. So in other words, he's kind of taking her to task here a little bit. These are samples of what is that issue. This bichrome ware from Cyprus, Cypriot bichrome ware, decorated in 2 colors. This is not indigenous Canaanite stuff. Now known as a key indicator of late bronze occupation. Again, this is from Garstang. Garstang found this stuff, and Kenyon didn't. And so when Kenyon didn't, or supposedly didn't, because again, there was a box with her name on it, the Louvre with the stuff in it. So did she or didn't she? That affected her conclusions. And basically the world of biblical studies lives with her conclusions to this point. And as fate would have it, am I going too far here? Nope. Kenyon, who well knew the link of such ware to the late Bronze Age, conducted her dig too far north to find any of this stuff. So, I mean, he's trying to be nice to her. The other issue is number 2 here. Simple round-sided bowl with concentric circles painted on the inside is particularly important for dating Jericho's city floor because such bowls were used only for a short time in that should be latter half of the 15th century BCE. In other words, everywhere else you find this kind of stuff, it doesn't conform to the consensus chronology. So you'd ask, well, why didn't they factor that in? The answer you're going to get from modern defenders of Kenyon is that there's so much of the other stuff that outweighs this. It's really that simple in their minds. Again, because this is the consensus view. You don't methodologically, there's going to be a hesitance to dump the consensus if you find outliers. The tendency is to explain away the outliers. It's a human thing. If I want to be more cynical, I would say that there are some people just scared to say that the archaeological picture might align with the Bible, because that makes the Bible a historical document. That's my cynical side. But I think that's true with some people. With other people, again, it's a very human tendency to just, we don't want to draw a conclusion by the outliers. We want to draw the conclusion by the majority of the data, so we have to explain away the outlier. Scarabs, I mentioned these. These are some of the scarabs found in Jericho in a cemetery. These are the scarabs of, clock rise from upper left, Tutmosis III, Amenhotep III, Hatshepsut, and a reverse of the one from Tutmosis III. Now, if you look at the dates, anywhere from 1504 down into the mid-1300s. These are all pre-1200, obviously. So we're digging in Jericho. Get the picture in your mind. We're digging in Jericho. We find Egyptian scarabs there, too. You would think, well, this is like a no-brainer. I mean, this is like finding a calendar or a newspaper. I mean, because you know what the chronology is. Okay, if you were married to the later view, how would you explain this? Just think about it. Can I go to your house? Maybe. If you're into antiques or collectibles. Can I find things that were from the early 20th century? Maybe the 1800s? Well, sure, you could. Because those things were either bought or found in the past and then passed on as heirlooms. And so that's the answer that the late date is going to offer for this. The reason we find these scarabs here at Jericho is not because the destruction happened circa 1400. Now, whenever the destruction happened, okay, but it's 1400, but they had been there for a long time, and that destruction shouldn't be connected with the Exodus and the conquest because of the references to Ramses. We got to go with this 1200 thing. So they were probably just heirlooms kept in somebody's house. And we just find them today, but we can't use them for dating. Now some of you are like, That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sorry, but that's the answer you're going to get. So it's the, yes, we use them as chronology, versus, no, they're just heirlooms. They just happen to be there. And you can't use them as actual chronological indicators. What I'm hoping you see again is that, look, there are going to be two sides to all of these things. But don't let anyone tell you that there's like no archaeological evidence for these events. Because it just depends when you date them. If you adopt one chronology, then you don't have anything. If you adopt the other chronology, you got a whole lot of stuff. That's really what it comes down to. So the issue again is when are you going to fix these things in time? And how are you going to go about doing that? Okay, let's skip through that. Another thing with Jericho, it's kind of interesting. The most abundant item found in the destruction, apart from pottery, was grain. 6 bushels in a single excavation season in one little section. Now you'll notice, here are the pots. Here's a little bit closer view of another one. They're nearly full. And they're black at the top too, so there's some burning in some of them, which would go to burning the city. But why is a full pot of grain of interest to the whole issue? Because the biblical account dates the attack on Jericho just after the harvest. Okay? And if the city had been under siege for a long time, people would have eaten the grain to survive. But there's lots of grain that didn't get eaten, which means the city fell really quickly. Again, it's a detail that conforms to the biblical narrative. But none of it matters, again, depending on when you're going to, it's all dependent on when you're going to date this stuff. So the consensus again, going back to finishing up with Jericho, is that there's no evidence, and there's nothing to see archaeology just violates the biblical picture left and right. Again, that's true if you're dating everything to 1250 and 1200. Then it's slim pickings. If you're going back 200 years, you have a lot of stuff that correlates. So you got to pick one or the other. And again, when it comes to the biblical data, like we talked last week, people feel compelled, because of the references to Ramses in the Exodus narrative, to go with the late date. Those who are back 200 years will point out that, well, there's one of those in Genesis before you ever get to the Exodus period with Joseph and Jacob. The term Ramses is obviously an editorial updating of the language. And if that's an editorial updating, then the other one should be too. And so they should not affect the chronology. We should still be back 200 years earlier because of 1 Kings 6:1, 480 years after the 4th year of Solomon, the Israelites left Egypt. Okay. You're going to get the same kind of thinking with David and Solomon. Opinion is divided over David's existence. Is there any archaeological evidence for it? You say, well, why can't they just use the Bible? Why can't they just use it as a historical document? That's a really good question. The answer is typically going to be that the Bible is a document that's permeated with religious belief and faith and whatnot, theological stuff. And so we shouldn't regard it as an objective historical document. And if we do too much of that, then we start to drift over into doing theology and endorsing, Judaism or Christianity, since it's their Old Testament too. And so they're very skittish over assigning reality and credibility to the Bible as a historical document, because many people are afraid that when they do that, they will get lumped into the category of endorsing the theological content. Inconsistent, because if we dig up something from Assyria or Egypt or the Hittite kingdom, that's inherently religious stuff too. They're talking about their gods all the time. Well, then why should we accept that as a historical document objectively and just sort of, who cares what it says religiously? It's still a historical document. Why can't we do that with the Old Testament? I think we should. But the reflex is, oh, we don't want to go there. And a lot of that has to do with the influence, in the West, the Judeo-Christian West, because of the Bible. A lot of people just don't want to go there. And they don't. Again, I think it's very inconsistent, but that's the way it is. So if you take the Bible out of the picture, then the question for many people becomes, hey, can we dig up something that tells us David was real? Can we dig up something that tells us Solomon was real? If we can't, well then, I can't accept it yet. For David, we'll talk about the Tel Dan inscription and one other object here. But generally, for years, you sort of had this, I don't know what I want to call it. There at time, archaeology, the archaeological community was at one time predisposed to looking at certain places, the results of certain digs, certain buildings that were discovered. And since they were large, and when you have a large building, what does it take to build a large building? Just think about building like a skyscraper. What does that take? It takes labor. And it takes organized labor. You can't just have 1,000 people just run over there and start doing stuff, okay? You have to have organized labor. You have to have financing for it, because you got to pay them to eat. Or you got to pay them something. They're not just there to not eat and then die. Where's another one? Okay, this is not like World War II concentration camp kind of thing. These are professional, communities that are good at building. And you have some slave labor too, but that's not the whole thing. In fact, it's actually kind of a minority part of it. But it takes resources. It takes administration. And so when archaeologists found large structures, they were predisposed to saying at one time, okay, this is probably David and Solomon, because their Bible, again, looks at Solomon's era as kind of the apex of the monarchy. And so there was a predisposition to saying, well, that's probably what we have, and it's okay. It's no longer true. Again, 10th century BC would be the David Solomonic era. But a lot of archaeologists today want to move it 100 years down. If you move it ahead 100 years to the dynasty that followed, the Solomonic period, which the main dynasty there was the Omride dynasty. That's Ahab, Jezebel, Jehu, these biblical figures. If you do that, then it takes away all of the ammunition for David and Solomon. And that's what the archaeological community, by and large, does today. What we used to think we could attribute to David and Solomon, now we're going to attribute to a different dynasty. So we don't have any evidence for David and Solomon. Ta-da! Now the main fight today is over this object. This is the Tel Dan Stela, 1990, so it's pretty recent. 9th century BC, so kind of close to, again, your Davidic. It's a little bit later than the Davidic Solomonic era, but reasonably close. And you can't really tell here, I have a magnification, but you see this kind of white over here, somebody has kind of airbrushed. There's one line here, that's the issue. It says in part, we have an Aramean king describing a victory, and the text says, missing letters, Ram, son of somebody, king of Israel, and son of somebody, the house of David. So when people discovered this and saw the phrase house of David, or what they thought was house of David, it's like, aha, finally we have a text that mentions David. Now, most of the biblical studies community, I think it's probably fair to say most, over half, let's just say the majority, have come to terms with this and say, okay, David was real. But a lot of them still don't. I'll try to explain why they don't. Now, if you want to plug this in and look for a Bible verse kind of like that and go with the period, you have 2 Kings 8 and 9, Jehoram, Ahaziah, so on and so forth. So it's a nice match. And if that's the case, the inscription would be Hazael, and date, again, 9th century, 841 BC. So here's our object. Here are the terms in question. It's BYT, reading right to left, BYTDWD. Bayit in Old Hebrew is house, DWD, David, is David. What could be simpler? Oh, to mess up a picture, you need to bring in the professionals. Now, look at this. You see it? Let's just go up to the top line here. You got letter, letter. What's that? It's a little dot. Letter, letter, dot. Gotta get some perspective here. Letter, letter, dot. Letter, 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 dot. Okay, you have dots separating words all over the inscription, but you don't have one here. So some epigraphers have said, no, this doesn't mean House of David. If it meant House of David, there'd be a dot right there. So now we have something to argue about. You see, you need to bring in the professionals. Here are the options. And if you read an article on this, this is where people sort of fall into one of these three buckets. I think it's fair to say, again, the majority says, look, we surrender, it's House of David, who cares if there's a dot? And people have actually combed through known inscriptions, not only of the period, but before and after, and shown that the scribes were not always consistent in the use of dots. They're called word dividers. So you can't base an argument on the presence or absence of the word divider. And that's legit. You can't, because they aren't consistent. So most, again, have said, okay, we're not going to argue about this anymore, House of David. Some want to say, well, we ought to actually kind of look at this as Beth David. Kind of like Bethel. Like it's a place name and not the name of a person. You say, well, who cares? It's still David. Well, yeah. We know that. But it's a place name. And so if we take the figure of David out of the genealogy of those kings and we just make it a place name, then maybe the place was just sort of named after this legendary figure, David. Thank you. Okay, so again, they're using it as a place name to kind of skirt around the historicity issue. And others would say that David means beloved. It's not even a proper name. House of the beloved. It's true in biblical Hebrew, DWD does mean beloved if it's a common noun. Dodi is my beloved. Fairly common word in the Hebrew Bible. So this is, again, what the argument is. But most people have sort of surrendered this one, but you still have a number of holdouts, and they're influential. Here's one of my favorites. I actually think this one's kind of cool. The Goliath inscription. How many of you ever heard of this? A couple. Now this is really interesting. This was found at Gath, which ought to just make the lights go off right away, because this is one of the Philistine cities. This is a Philistine inscription, one of the few that are around. And I know it's hard to see this, but here's the inscription. You have a letter, 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 letter. Is it a letter or some kind of divider? Letter, letter, letter. A lot of people think this is sort of either an accidental mark or some kind of divider. Here's a drawing of it. Again, and I'm not expecting, I should have said, everybody learn the Proto-Hebrew Phoenician alphabet for next time. Here's the one. It's these four letters that are the issue. This would be Aleph, Lamed, Vav, Tav. Right up here. Here's the transliteration, again, right to left. That is not the biblical spelling for Goliath. Biblical spelling for Goliath looks like this, G-L-Y-T. You say, well, what's the big deal? Despite the spelling mismatch, there are a number of people, again, they're not Christian, that this is the Phoenician, or not the Phoenician, the Philistine way of spelling Goliath. Because you do get, this is going to sound really strange, but in some ancient Indo-European, Aegean, Cyprian inscriptions, these letters in question can make the sound of these. And that sounds really kind of, who cares about the Aegean and the Cypriot stuff? The Philistines are said to have come from Caphtor in the book of Jeremiah. The Egyptians grouped the Philistines with the sea peoples who were from the Aegean. Okay? So the epigraphers know this kind of stuff. And so they look at this. It's Gath. By the way, it's 9th century, 10th or 9th. People argue about that. And it's like, well, maybe this really is Goliath. Now here's the part that I think is kind of cool. I have had epigraphy class, and so I get to play. If, you can't tell, I picked red and you can't see it. If this line, let me go back, see this line right here? If that's an accident, right, let's just say it got scuffed. If that's an accident, then you just have this. That is the letter G. Gimel, in Paleo-Hebrew. The Vav and the Yod, you notice they look the same, it's just one's a little longer than the other. In Semitic inscriptions, they are interchanged all the time. So you actually could have, if this is a G, I don't think there'd be any debate. This would be Goliath, on this piece of pottery. That doesn't mean it's the biblical one, because some people would say, well, maybe Goliath was a family name. Maybe it was like a kind of a honorific name or some sort of, clannish, groupish kind of thing. Maybe a warrior guild or whatever. It really doesn't matter, but it would be a closer match. I just think it's kind of cool because it comes from Gath and it's Philistine. So there you have it. I mean, what are the odds? Solomon, again, huge construction at Gezer, Hazor, and Megiddo. These are all important cities during Solomon's reign. So what used to be when archaeologists are coming up, finding really huge architectural things like huge city gates, huge walls, remnants of big buildings, stables. Solomon had lots of horses. It used to be that was like a no-brainer. This is evidence for Solomon's reign. But now, again, people want to push it to the next dynasty, and so you have nothing. People want to focus on Omri, the next dynasty. Here's why. It's not that they hate Solomon and David. Well, maybe some do not. Who knows? It's that Omri is mentioned by name in certain objects, and this is one of them. This is the Mesha stela, also known as the Moabite stone. This specifically mentions Mesha, the king, the Moabite king, having a victory over Omri of Israel. Just point blank. And so there are some archaeologists who just feel more comfortable because we know Omri was real. And he was an important king. He wasn't a slouch. So these buildings at these important places that we see, he probably built them. We just feel better assigning them to him because we know he's real. We don't know if we want to assign them to Solomon or David or not because we don't really have any other evidence that they're real. Again, this is how the thinking goes. Now, line 31 of this, I don't have a close-up of it, but there is one epigrapher, Andre Lemaire, who's actually very prominent in the field. He believes that line 31 in this should be reconstructed to read House of David. So you might have a second reference there, but it's controversial. And it requires reconstruction. So, Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser, the third. Omri is mentioned by name here. Another example here, we have Omri. Again, this is a line of this object. But we also have this phrase, Ya Umar Humri. Okay, and this, according to some scholars, is the equivalent, because of what it means, of Jehu. So this could possibly be a reference to Jehu as well. And if it is, this is Jehu bowing before Shalmaneser III and saying, okay, you beat me up, and I'm going to serve you now, and all this great stuff about the Assyrian king. And again, it's just people feel more comfortable with Omri because we have examples. Hezekiah's seal, there's more than one of these that have been discovered. This is probably the easier one to read, even though this is kind of rough. Here's the hand drawing. Lamed is the possessive preposition, to, or belonging to. Hezkayahu, Hezekiah, that's the Hebrew pronunciation. We have an aleph, another chet, and a z down here, Ahaz. Hezekiah was the son of Ahaz in the Hebrew Bible. Melech, king of Yehud, missing the letter, king of Judah. So there are a few of these floating around. And people, again, are comfortable with, once you get sort of beyond the David and Solomonic era, you have more artifacts, you have more, in the way that archaeologists think, you have more connectivity to history. Because again, they don't want to take the Bible itself, as a historical document. We'll just do a time check here. Okay, get close. This is the Nabonidus cylinder, who is connected to Belshazzar. Everybody remember who Belshazzar is? From what book? Book of, begins with a D, Daniel. You say, well, what's the issue here? Well, according to Babylonian records, okay, who was the first king, when Daniel starts off? It's Nebuchadnezzar, right? Then the next king you read about is Belshazzar, Daniel chapter 5, the handwriting on the wall passage. Well, according to Babylonian records, Nebuchadnezzar was not succeeded by Belshazzar. He was succeeded by Nabonidus. And so for many years, people thought Daniel 5 had a blatant, plain, poke-in-the-eye error in it. Until this was found, and there's a couple other related texts to this. But the Nabonidus cylinder has Nabonidus talking about his son, Belshazzar, giving him control of the kingdom in Babylon while he went off and took a long vacation somewhere, like for years. And so it turned out, again, when this is discovered, I guess he was the king, wasn't he? Even though Nabonidus was, but Belshazzar was too, because that's just how they did things. So this was an artifact that helped, again, validate what looked like a pretty obvious error in Daniel 5, but it wasn't. Nabonidus Chronicle. This is the foreign, non-biblical version of the fall of Babylon to Cyrus the Persian. Okay, this is Book of Daniel. So here's the account. Again, you say, well, we don't really need an account, because we have the Bible, it's a historical source. Again, you're thinking like somebody who has a high view of Scripture. Naughty. Don't do that. You have to, again, think like the archaeological community. They don't feel comfortable doing that unless they have something else that doesn't come from the Bible. Okay, now we're okay with the Bible at this point because we have something else. But here's the something else. And it's a very clear statement of what's described in Daniel about the end of the Babylonian kingdom. Cyrus cylinder. Again, Cyrus is the one who conquers Babylon. What does Cyrus do? He ultimately is the guy who does what? Remember, at the end of the book of Daniel, it's the end of the what period in Israelite history? We're getting toward the end of the exile. Okay. Ezra and Nehemiah describe the tolerance of the Persian king, who was Cyrus, to let the Jews return. So is this document.
But this document really describes, again, how wonderful a guy Cyrus was, because it talks about his tolerance for the beliefs of other captive peoples. He wants to help them rebuild their cities and their temples and be nice to them, because he wants their gods to like him too. You know, you don't want to make enemies of gods. Even if their people were defeated, it's just not a good idea to make a god mad at you. Okay, we want to be nice. So that's the last thing I have. We actually finished on time. What do you know? Next week we'll do New Testament. I want to pick out a few things from New Testament. Hey, don't complain. The Old Testament's 3/4 of your Bible. We spent 3/4 of the class on the Old Testament. See how that works? So next week we'll do some New Testament. You have any questions? If not, I will see you next week.
Okay, so how big were those cylinders?
They're about like this. They're not big at all.
But like chronicle things pretty small.
Yeah. Like clay tablets are usually about this tall. Yeah, they're real small. They're very hard. You can only really even see them under magnification. Yeah. It's really tiny. Just the sharp style. They were good at it because they got to cram everything in. I mean, you've seen a couple of examples now. They don't waste any space at all. Right? But then they bake them and they become sort of permanent. So it's not like, I mean, they can get destroyed and broken, but they don't get smudged or anything like that. They're pretty durable. But yeah, not like that. Now, the stela can be pretty large. You can get 5, 6, 7 feet. You know, find a nice stone, smooth off one side, there you go. Go ahead.
Go back to the destruction of the walls of Jericho. If you take it to the 1400, you're talking about heirlooms and stuff. Is the preponderance of the evidence at that point, is it just a few articles that they found that could be, you know, when they're arguing, they could justify them as heirlooms, or is there a...
Yeah, you're not going to fill a box with them. It's a half dozen or so. So I mean, you could argue, you know, that, well, you know, maybe you had somebody who wound up living in Canaan, in Jericho, had been down to Egypt, and somebody gave him a few of these presents, or he stole them or bought them or whatever, and settled in Jericho, and there they were. And 200 years later, that's when the real conquest happened, even though that's not when the city was burned. The city was burned earlier, and so they got preserved, but we can't use them as chronological indicators because they could have just been there by accident. And then the real events of the Bible are in the 1200s. So they just happened to be in somebody's house.
I read that the account of, I think it's 1909, 1910, where the guy spoke about how he found Jericho, and that's pretty cool.
I mean, I mean, you can't say that the heirloom idea is impossible, but it's one of those things you look at patterns. Okay, we've got destruction of the walls, we've got burning, we've got scarabs, we've got the unique pottery, all in the same place. Okay, like, it just starts to look like, well, maybe there's something to see here. But again, people will insist that no, that even though it looks that way, it's not that way because we have to date things later. It's really all about chronology. And I don't want to... I used to really be into chronology. And it can sort of suck your life away. Because it's so involved. There's so many factors in it where you can sort of come out thinking that we don't know anything about anything. I'll give you one example, just one example. For many, now this is changing a little bit because there are more people on, all of this really focuses on Egypt. If you're 1000 BC, more recent, then your correlation points are with Assyrian material. And then it's Greek material, and then it's Roman material. But prior to that, you're dependent entirely on synchronisms with Egypt. Now, that alone is a problem because not only are all the Egyptian king lists that are primary texts that have actually been found in Egyptian temples or whatever, they're all New Kingdom and later. So that's just 1500 BC and later. You don't really have anything to establish the earlier. Manetho, who wrote in a much later period, he's the guy who came up with all this dynastic history of Egypt. He's writing centuries after the fact. You don't even know if he has any sources for it. But the real problem is the assumptions that were put into the Egyptian chronological system when it came to astronomy. This is changing a little bit because you have more people in Egyptology who are paying more attention to astronomical stuff. It is real that Egyptians built objects in certain places to mimic constellations. They even did it with landscaping. What the buildings would look like, and the view on the horizon would mirror something above them. They did that stuff. And you can plot it out, you can find what they're looking at in an astronomy program, there you go. You can do that kind of thing. So more people are into that now, but prior to that, that's only been the last couple decades. Here was the system, believe it or not. The Egyptian calendar, they had more than one calendar, but the one that mattered for absolute dating, they only had a 360-day year. So obviously, if you start on January 1 and you go 360 days, you might think you have a year, but you're missing 5¼ days. Now they knew this, because if you sit without a while, then your seasons start to slip. Hey, it's supposed to be winter. Why is it 100 degrees? That kind of thing. So periodically, they would add 5 days. And then they started using that, but you're still missing a ¼ day. So every 4 years, your calendar would slip a day. Even if you had the 5 extra days, your calendar's still slipping a ¼ day. So every 4 years, you're missing a day. So the guess was, and it was nothing but a guess, there are 4 or 5 Egyptian texts that talk about the rising of the star Sirius on a particular day. And since that gets mentioned 4 or 5 times, at least in theory, people assume that, okay, they must have written this down because this is the day that they're correlating with their calendar and resetting it. And so it became known as the Sothic dating method. So if you can, and we know if you go in a whole cycle, it takes 2,460 years for the thing to right itself, okay, because of the ¼ day slippage. So the question was, can we find 2 of these that are 2,460 years apart? And if we do, then we'll have 2 linchpin points of chronology, and there we go. Then we can start plugging in, king lists and names and years. The problem is you don't have 2. Of the 4 or 5 you got, none of them match 2,460 years in terms of the gap between them. So all of it was an entire guess. But that was the system. We'll use one of them. I like one of them. And that'll become our real-time linchpin. Somebody at an Egyptology meeting must have voted, hey, all in favor of this date, let's construct our chronology. Yeah, I like that one too. And you have the whole system being constructed around this presumed method. I mean, it's really tenuous. Now they're getting away from that. They're trying to use the pyramids with the pole stars and stuff like that, just as a check. But it's just a mess. From the years 1100 to about 500, you have king lists. They have huge gaps in them. In other words, we don't know who the pharaohs were. If you don't know who they are, how long do you think they reigned? Well, the average is about 15 years, so let's plug 15 years in 10 times. That fixed. I mean, they'll do stuff like this to construct a chronology because, frankly, they don't really have anything better. You can't assume that you're going to find somebody in an Assyrian text that mentions a pharaoh, and there You wish you had them. And the worst part biblically, and we'll end with this, the worst part biblically is there's one specific synchronism for biblical chronology in all this mess. And that is the invasion of Shishak, Pharaoh Shishak of Judah. He invades Judah. Everyone, 95% of the people, are convinced that Shishak is Pharaoh Shashank in Egyptian records. Because he invaded Judah too, and they have a record of it. But if you look at the records side by side, they disagree on about 5 different points. Like even the list of cities they can't, somebody's wrong. So can we trust that? But the entirety of biblical chronology, since you actually have a named Pharaoh in the Hebrew Bible, the entirety of biblical chronology, that is the linchpin, right there. If it's real, if it's the same guy, and nobody actually knows. The names sound close enough, so let's go with it. Even though the records wildly disagree, let's just go with it. Because we don't have anything else. It's just a mess. So I threw up my hands in despair at one point and said, this is interesting, but I'm going to come away thinking, we just don't know anything. And maybe we don't. Maybe we don't, but still. I don't think it's quite that bad, but that's where you're at. I'll see you next week. Thanks for coming. New Testament next week, I promise. All right, here we are in our 4th and final week. Aren't you glad? 4th and final week. And again, doing the same thing, I just want to overview a few artifacts and a few passages, a few issues that have some sort of clear touch point with archaeological stuff as it pertains, in this case, to the New Testament. So the first 3, forget that, that's my typo slide. The first 3 weeks we were doing Old Testament. Yeah, that's 3/4 of your Bible, so I consider that fair as a breakdown. I wonder, thinking about killing a light here, but I don't know if it matters. See if you can kill a light near the screen.
There's a glare coming from that door too.
This one? Okay. Yeah, because there's a few inscriptions here. This first one, you may have heard of it. It's pointed out in a lot of study Bibles. This is known as the Pilate inscription, P-I-L-A-T-E, not P-I-L-O-T. Okay. And it's important because it mentions Pontius Pilate. Right here is the line. I put a little, get the graphic up here. This is P-I-L-A-T, not U-S, again in the old Roman script, Pilatus. And prior to that is what's left of Pontius. So this is a specific object found in the Holy Land that references Pontius Pilate. And obviously an important figure in the New Testament. Part of what scholars think was some sort of, again, decree he made about something or other. It's not specifically about Jesus or something like that, but it shows, Pontius Pilate was not just a person we read about in text, but a real person. We have another one here, the Gallio inscription. Gallio was a Roman official mentioned several times in the Gospels. He's part of the trials, the legal trials of Paul. And the inscription here, let's just go back here and pick up the line. Right here in the middle, again, we have in this lettering G-A-L-L-I-O, Gallio. And again, the importance of this one is that in this inscription, there are some circumstances about Gallio's office and what he was doing specifically that allow people, and through other Roman records, allow Gallio's office holding and the relevance to the Acts story to get a specific date according to Roman records. So this is actually kind of a linchpin object for dating at least the latter part of the life of the Apostle Paul. Now, Paul's beginnings are a little murkier in terms of exact dates, but when you get to the latter part of his life, when he begins the sequence of being on trial that ultimately leads to his time with Caesar, this inscription actually provides kind of a hook, a chronological hook, which is why it's important. The Caiaphas ossuary. Anybody know what an ossuary is? It's a bone box. Okay. Doesn't ossuary just sound so much nicer, so much more elegant? Get into a little bit about burial in biblical times. And this, haven't you ever wondered, we'll just park it here in the Old Testament a little bit, like when somebody dies during the patriarchal narratives and they're out wandering around the desert, haven't you ever wondered, what do they do with that? What do they do with the body? Because, you can't just carry the body around because, wild animals will smell it and pursue you, which is probably not a good thing. So what they would do in the Old Testament was they would boil the corpse. And then they would boil it just like you would like a chicken until the flesh falls off the bones. Then you would collect the bones and put them in some sort of container so that on your journey back to your ancestral homeland, like where you had your burial plot, then they would inter the bones. But you could not just transport a corpse around the desert. Now, in New Testament times, for instance, about the only real thing we get indications of like Lazarus and of course Jesus, and you're put in the tomb for 3 days and whatnot. The practice was normally you inter someone in a tomb, okay, like a rock-hewn tomb. It depended on what you could afford. And then after a year, the body would have decomposed, and then the bones were collected and then reinterred in one of these. So that either this could be interred in either the same or a different tomb. Again, depending on what you could afford. Does your family, have like a family tomb, that kind of thing, where you move the bone boxes and you put them on the shelf, and kind of a mausoleum sort of thing. That was the normal practice. So that's what's called, using the bone boxes is what's called secondary burial. So if you come across that term, that's what they're referring to. This one is kind of important. You can see it's very ornate. This is a lot of handwork. Lots of handwork means somebody took a lot of time to carve this, which means, in turn, they got paid for their time. So this is the kind of thing that someone who had some means could afford to have fashion for them. And right over here, on the left side, is an inscription. And you can barely make it out here. But the last 3 letters here are the Q, the P, and an Aleph. This is how you spell Caiaphas in Aramaic. Bar is son. So I've seen different renderings of this. Most sources will say this says Joseph, even though this is a really sloppy P, final P instead of a medial P right here. But let's go with it. Joseph, son of Caiaphas. So this is not Caiaphas's bone box, it's his son's bone box, but it is the name of the high priest at the time. And scholars can date a bone box by the patina, in or outside. They can date it paleographically. It's a little less secure by virtue of what the letter shapes look like. There are people who have spent years and years of their life collecting inscriptions and making, literally, like emoji lists. Okay, little letter shape, tabulations of letter shapes on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of inscriptions. And when you come up with something in an inscription that is dateable, person's name, especially if they're an official that you find in the Roman records and whatnot, that allows you to start pegging certain letter styles to absolute dates chronologically. And so people actually work out a typology of letter shapes that will help you date an object that has no specific date on it. That's the way it's done. So this one matches the right time period. Caiaphas is an important New Testament name, and this is considered authentic. We're going to hit a couple of these that there's some real questions about. But this is the Caiaphas ossuary. Another, switching gears here from objects to sites, we can talk a little bit about Banyas. And this I bring up because it has just such an interesting backstory element with the Gospels. And I've written about this in my book a good bit. But Banyas, or goes by the name Panias, Paneas, in the New Testament time, this is Caesarea Philippi. Okay? Located at the foot of Mount Hermon, which was a bad place to a Jew. Mount Hermon was where the Watchers descended, the sons of God in Genesis 6. This is the place that all the intertestamental literature has them coming to hatch their plot to mess with human women. So Mount Hermon was a spooky place to a Second Temple Jew. This place, located at the foot of Mount Hermon, is a couple miles from Dan, which in the Old Testament was also called Laish. It was the center of Baal worship in the northern kingdom. It was known in non-biblical texts as the gates of hell, the gateway to the underworld, because Baal was lord of the dead. Baal Zebul, Eretz, in Ugaritic. Baal Zebul sound familiar? It should. In Ugaritic, it means Prince Baal. It became a template name for Satan to Christians and to Jews living in the intertestamental period, because that's who the Lord of the Dead was, the underworld, hell. Right? There was also an altar to Zeus at this place in Roman times, and this is where Jesus goes when he traverses up to Bashan a few weeks before he's going to wind up dead, and also venturing into Transjordan Gentile territory to visit more spooky places. This is the site of Peter's confession. Who do men say that I am? Peter says, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus says, don't get a big head about that. And you didn't figure that out on your own. The Spirit of God had to reveal that to you. And he says, you're Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. And the gates of hell will not be able to withstand it. So again, the Catholics argue, oh, the rock, that's Peter, Petros, Petra. So we should all be Catholics. That means the church is built on Peter. Protestants say, no. Peter's not the rock there. That's a reference back to God, the God of the Old Testament being the rock. 1 Corinthians 10, going back to Deuteronomy. I don't think either of them are correct. I think the rock Jesus is talking about is right where they're standing, because that was known as the gates of hell. So the messaging of Peter's confession has nothing to do with Peter gets to be the leader of the early church. Instead, what Jesus is saying, this is where the church is going to begin, right here. And the gates of hell are not going to be able to prevail against it. I'm going to turn Satan's house into his tomb. So Jesus goes up to Caesarea Philippi and picks a fight at Banyas. And he goes to Mount Hermon 6 days later, because that's what the Gospel says. 6 days later, they went up into the mountain. There's only one mountain there. It's not hard to identify. It's 9,000 feet. There's nothing else like it. And that's where he's transfigured. Nice place to choose to do that. And right after that, the Gospel says, from this point forward, he began to teach his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and die. It's all deliberate. It's all choreographed. Jesus is picking a fight with the powers of darkness. Because it's about time to get the show on the road. It's about time to get the ball rolling. So this was a really special place in New Testament times. This is Banyas. This is the Grotto of Pan. And at the Grotto of Pan, you have an altar there, and you have little niches in the cliff wall where little idols were set in Jesus' day. And so this is again the scene of Matthew 16. This is, it's idolatry central in New Testament times, just like it was in Old Testament times. But in Jesus' day, it was a shrine to Zeus, which was the classical mythological figure for Baal. Okay? He is the lead of the pantheon. And of course, that's why Zeus, in books like Revelation, we won't get into 666, but there are definite connections back to Zeus with that number that anyone living in the New Testament era would have understood. So again, this is like ground zero for darkness in the gospel days. Satan's throne becomes associated with a lot of that. This is, put yourself 60, 70 years later. In the Gentile world, the book of Revelation mentions this place a couple times, but here in Revelation 2:13, Jesus says, I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is, yet you hold fast my name and do not deny my faith, even in the days of Antipas, my faithful witness, who was killed among you where Satan dwells. Pergamon was, again, it's a city, the center of Roman government. It was the first city in Asia Minor to build a temple to the Roman ruler, Augustus, who of course claimed to be the lead deity in the political realm. It was also, again, in addition to being focused on Caesar worship, it was also home to the throne-like altar of Zeus, which, believe it or not, has almost entirely survived and is now sitting in a museum in Berlin. It looks like this. This is the seat of Satan. Okay, this is the altar to Zeus from Pergamon. It was literally cut up and transported to this museum in Berlin. And the reason it's kind of interesting, other than the associations, in the book of Revelation, is the decorations that go all the way around the thing. You can see the sculptures here. This was built BC, still around in John's day. But the altar of Zeus was decorated with a frieze depicting a battle between the giants, the Titans, and the Olympian gods, because Zeus is the one that emerges as the big winner in classical literature out of these conflicts. Now, I'm not going to rabbit trail into the gigantomachy, which is a term that just means the battle of the giants, okay? Giant struggle, that sort of thing. But the idea was, there are actually two versions of this story in classical literature. One of them you have the giants who they were giants, they were big, but they weren't full deity. They weren't like the Olympian gods that you and I are sort of familiar with in classical mythology. Zeus, Aphrodite, all those, Apollo, all those figures. The giants were half and half. Just like in the Old Testament with the Nephilim. And they went to war with the Olympian gods because the gods had consigned them to Hades, which is in the earth. And the Greco-Roman term for earth was Gaia. So Gaia was a goddess, and she was upset with some of the gods, and so she let them out, and they had this big battle. And Zeus emerges as the leader of the pantheon, which is why they built this altar here to commemorate Zeus's greatness and his victory and whatnot. Of course, Zeus becomes the Satan figure when you get into the New Testament era for Christians. So it's referenced, this whole thing about this is like ground zero for Satan. You poor people at Pergamon, are living like with this in your backyard. And, John points it out there in the book of Revelation as one of the churches that he speaks to. And it was huge. It's 40 feet high. And if we go back to the picture, it's a good size, chunk of granite or marble. And here's some close-ups. Again, it's been effaced in places, but there's a specific sequence, to it so that people can kind of work their way through the story and work their way through the episode. But if you go to Berlin, you can see the thing, in real time. Away from sites and objects, back to texts. Again, we're just going through a survey here. It's just some things that you may have heard of, may have not heard of. This one you probably have heard of, but you may not know it. The Nag Hammadi texts. How many of you have ever seen that term before? Okay, handful, couple. What's the more familiar term for the Nag Hammadi Gospels? The Gnostic Gospels. Remember the Da Vinci Code? Okay, this is what supposedly Dan Brown's story is drawn from. So the Nag Hammadi texts were discovered in Egypt, in Nag Hammadi, right here it is. This is going to sound weird, but this is Upper Egypt, this is Lower Egypt. Don't be misled by the map. It's a geographical term because it's higher here and down here's the low country. So the water goes that way. So Upper and Lower Egypt. So Nag Hammadi is in Upper Egypt. And specifically, we have mid-20th century, 1945. There was just again, a random discovery, somebody out herding goats, discovered what looks like sort of books in sleeves. Right, here's a picture. Here are some others. They're in varying degrees of wholeness, I guess you could say. But, inside the animal skin coverings, you had essentially books. And, you could flip them over and whatnot. They weren't scrolls, they were in book form, they were codex form. And again, here you have some insects that have eaten through a lot of the content, but whatnot. But there were a bunch of these just sitting there. And they date to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, well, 2nd's probably generous. 3rd, 4th, 5th century AD. So a little bit post of the New Testament era. They're eventually taken to the museum in Cairo. And ultimately, what they were was they were sacred writings to Gnostic Christians. Now, I realize that might sound like an oxymoron, Gnostic Christian. Gnosticism is not Orthodox Christianity. And Gnostics will bitterly fight you over, well, the fact that we're not Orthodox is an accident of history, and Emperor Constantine decided the theology that all the mainstream Christians believe in, and Gnosticism is really what we all should have been. Okay, there's a lot of nonsense that goes with that, but Gnostic Christianity is not an oxymoron because they have a very high view of Christ. It's just not the one that you would be familiar with from something like the Nicene Creed. Okay, Gnostic Christianity is a little bit different. Actually, it's a lot different in certain ways. But when it comes to its Christology, it's uneven. Some Gnostic texts will have Jesus dying on the cross and rising again. Others will say, well, it wasn't really Jesus, it was like a phantom that looked like Jesus, made like a hologram or something. It wasn't really in a body. Others will say, well, yeah, there was this guy, Jesus, who did die, and then, some deity form, floated down him, and that's what rose again. There's all sorts of just strange Christologies associated with Gnosticism. That theology is what is preserved in these texts. You also get alternative gospels in these texts. But a Gnostic gospel is not like the gospel you're thinking of. The gospel you're thinking of from the New Testament is like a record of somebody's life, kind of like a biography, even though the Gospels aren't truly biographical in terms of how they're written. They have biographical information in them, but it's not a whole record of somebody's life. Like, if you think about the Gospels, part of it is Jesus' life, and then most of it is like what Jesus taught. So it's not like a pure biography. It's kind of like a biography with like an anthology of teaching. Gnostic stuff, there's no biographical information almost at all. It's all just a bunch of weird theological talk. But it's about the disciples. It's about Jesus. Mary Magdalene is a more prominent figure in the Gnostic Gospels than she is in the canonical Gospels. And so, you have this alternative gospel kind of thing going on. And it's because, think about it, you're 200 or 300 years after the founding of the church. People are wondering, like, well, how do we understand this stuff? Like, who was Jesus? Was he God? Was he have like two natures or one nature? Was he really like, deity in flesh, or was he like a man that like deity came on and lived with for a while, or lived in for a while and he left? All of these Christological debates were part of early church history. And when you have important councils like Nicaea, the job for something like the Council of Nicaea was not, well, let's vote on the one we like, even though that's the way it sort of gets talked about. What they're trying to do is they're trying to come to grips with what does the New Testament actually teach. We need to figure that out, and then we need to land on it, and we need to stamp that as this is what the New Testament teaches, and this is where we're going to plant our flag. So we have something like the Nicene Creed, which specifically denied, in that context, it was something called Arianism. Arianism taught that there was a time when the Son was not, a time when Jesus didn't exist, so they didn't believe in a Trinity or anything like that. But even those guys after Nicaea are still referred to as Christians, because they did believe that Jesus was the lone source of salvation and stuff like that. It was, a lot of the debates were on how do we understand Trinity and Christology and stuff like that. So a lot of that discussion comes from here. The reason why this is current in pop culture is the Da Vinci Code. Now, the Gnostic material was eventually, again, published. This is a real rough history of it. 1966, there was a conference held, again, so 20 years after the discovery, a bunch of scholars get together and say, hey, we need to translate this stuff, put it into English. There was a facsimile edition published in 12 volumes that, they're not photographs, but you can get photographic plates, but they're reproductions, drawings and that sort of thing, and a lot of photography. And eventually it gets published in this book that you see here. This is the most recent cover, the most recent edition. Nag Hammadi Library in English. Translation of the Gnostic Scriptures completed in one volume. This is part of a transcription. And I'm showing you this for a very specific reason. How many of you read the Da Vinci Code or saw the movie? Okay, a few guilty parties. I read it. I was about 50 pages in and I knew where it was going. I was into Jesus' bloodline mythology before the Da Vinci Code, so I kind of knew where this was headed. But it was still a fun read.
Curiosity.
Yeah, it was. I would say it was clever, but if you remember the controversy about the book, inside the book, like the first page or so, I think it was even before you hit the preface, there was something about how this novel was based upon deep scholarship or something like that, and that's what made people just have a canary, because what Dan Brown did in the book was he referred to this passage at one point in the book. This is a scene where Jesus is with Mary Magdalene, and Dan Brown has it in the book, has Jesus kissing her on the mouth. And then he argued that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were married. And that just blew the whole thing up. And he sold millions and millions of copies, because it created this huge firestorm of controversy. But the problem is, if you actually look at the scholarly transcriptions of the Nag Hammadi Codex, there is no word for mouth in the text. It's literally not there. And the footnote down here will tell you, well, there's enough spaces in the text that it could read her mouth, or her feet, or her cheek, or her forehead. All Coptic words for those things could fit in that space. So what Dan Brown did was cheat. Okay? He misdirects you. He doesn't tell his readers, or he doesn't have his characters give you the truth that there's a gap here. We don't know what it said. And there's no other place in the entire, I have a whole, if you want to go to YouTube, I have a whole lecture on Jesus and Mary Magdalene in the Gnostic Gospels, where I do exciting things like search the Gnostic Gospels, because Logos has an edition of these. It's real easy to search it. I search for all the occurrences of Mary and Jesus and the word marry or married, or the word wife and husband. There isn't a single line in any Gnostic text that has the two of them married. Now that's boring video to watch Mike searching things in software, but it's effective. Okay? There isn't a single line that says that. And I don't really care. I think there are reasons why Jesus wasn't married, or that he most likely wasn't. On one level, it wouldn't have mattered. I think the reason it would have was because what do you do with offspring? Because there would have been this sense of, well, like, did he inherit like God particles in him or something? Like, what do you do with the kids? I think that's why that whole issue, is just something that's not, part of the Jesus story, part of what he was doing while he was here. But Brown sensationalized this and became an uber millionaire because of it, because it was pardon the pun, it was a sexy story, to have Jesus be married and have an ancient text say that was contemporary with the Gospels, and then, of course, bringing the whole church historical fight over what is correct Christology and what isn't. So it's kind of a perfect storm. Gnostic Gospels and Jesus being married was in the news. It's been in the news for the last 3 or 4 years, but most recently a week ago. Does anyone recognize who this person is? This is Karen King from Harvard University. She is a Gnostic scholar. She's a scholar of Gnostic texts. I don't know if she's a Gnostic, but she's a scholar of Gnostic texts at Harvard. And somebody sent her this fragment a few years ago. And it refers to the wife of Jesus. Now, unwisely, she let this become known. And this became huge news a couple of years ago. Now, if you're interested in the topic, you get the slides, go to this article in The Atlantic from a week ago, because it has now been fully exposed as a hoax. And The Atlantic has a long, it reads like one of those Jason Bourne novel. I mean, just how the people involved did what they did to dupe Karen King. I mean, it's got spies in it, it's got violence, it's got, all sorts of intrigue to basically put one over on her. And King has essentially owned, I should have looked into this a little bit more. But, she didn't. Now, before this article, scholars were quick to go after this. People of all stripes, whether they were evangelicals who specialized in Coptic and Gnostic studies, or people who didn't believe anything at all. And this is where you get the technical discussion of how the forger did it, and the fact that it was a forgery. What he did, have you ever, this will date anybody who's read this book or seen the movie, The Word by Irving Wallace. It was made into a movie that was starred David Jansen. Okay, this is before anybody's time. If you can find it, it's not on DVD, but trust me, I've tried to find a copy of it. But I saw it when it was on TV one time. And it's almost exactly the same thing. It's an authentic forgery. So how do you create an authentic forgery? What you do is you go to old museum libraries where they have codexes. And while no one's looking, you cut a blank page out of the back of one of them. Because in most codexes, there are blank pages. So then it dates to the 2nd century. Then what you have to do is you have to know the recipe from similar manuscripts of what the ink was made of and how to reproduce it, using only materials available at the time. You can get that from journal articles, because they tell you that sort of stuff. And so if you have those two ingredients, and this guy did, what you do then is you find someone reasonably coherent in Coptic, and you have him copy lines out of different texts and paste them together. And you create your own text. The problem is when you do that, you make grammatical errors. Okay, you goof. And this one has a couple goofs in it. That people, again, who are specialists in the field just recognized after looking at the text a few times. So they knew that it was a fake, but they really didn't know who was behind it. But King kept denying it all along because it was, she didn't want to get embarrassed. And so that's where the Atlantic article comes in. Somebody tracked down all the particulars. And so, no, there is no Jesus wife Coptic fragment, unless you're talking about the one that was a fake. And that one does exist. She's holding it there, but it's not authentic. There are authentic papyri. Just a few pictures of New Testament papyri here. I mean, archaeology is responsible for the fact that you have a New Testament based on manuscripts that are older than the Middle Ages. Okay, just like the Dead Sea Scrolls, when I mentioned them earlier on, we've had a course here on stuff that the New Testament writers would have read. In the case of the Old Testament, prior to the Dead Sea Scrolls being discovered, the oldest complete manuscript of the Old Testament was dated 1008 AD. We know that because the scribe put the date on it. Dead Sea Scrolls immediately move you back in time 1,000 years, like overnight. Now, the New Testament, it's not that dramatic, but it's still significant because prior to the discovery of papyri, if you took the papyri out of the equation, let's just put it this way, you would have probably your best Old New Testament witnesses would be 4th or 5th century AD, so that's 400 years after the fact. The papyri can get you back another couple hundred years to within one and a half generations of the apostles. And there are some of them, I don't know if I have this one in particular up here, I might. And this is what they look like. By the way, you see this line right here, row of letters? Somebody squeezed in 2 letters up here, somebody made a boo-boo. Okay, and the next guy catches it and says, "Oh, got to correct that." Put that, just like you would do. If you wrote a note, a little caret there, like, "Don't forget these 2 letters, or else you're going to mess it up." I mean, they would do this because you can't just go buy another piece of papyrus down at Rite Aid. Okay, you use what you have because there ain't a whole lot where that came from. So they do stuff like this all the time. This one, right over here. This is P. Oh, if Rick was here, he could tell me, right? I don't want to get into this too much because the next, we have July off. In August, we're having Doug Mangum and Rick Brannon are going to do How We Got the Old and New Testament. 2 weeks Old Testament, 2 weeks New Testament. They'll be going into a lot of this stuff. I think this is it's either P72 or papyrus number 72. This one goes back to about the 130s. The 140s AD. It's one of the oldest papyri that we have, and it's a portion of John, chapter 18. Dead Sea Scrolls for the New Testament. Dead Sea Scrolls are not just important for Old Testament. Some of the stuff, you don't have any portions of the New Testament in the Dead Sea Scrolls, although scholars for many years argued for one fragment that was about as big as my thumb. That was supposed to come from Mark. There are a handful of Greek Dead Sea Scrolls, but nobody really buys that anymore. It's just a few letters, how are you going to tell? But some of them talk about, topically, things that are relevant to the New Testament. Again, most of this stuff comes from the intertestamental period, a couple hundred years before Jesus. And so you're going to have Jews writing about things they do, things they believe, prior to the coming of Jesus. And a lot of that stuff concerns Messiah. It concerns Old Testament interpretation. If you ever wondered, how did Jews interpret the Old Testament before Jesus came along? What were they thinking about Messiah? What were they thinking about, fill in the blank? How do they interpret this or that passage? Dead Sea Scrolls will actually get into that, and it gives you some insight into what they were thinking. And then you can compare that to, well, what did Jesus teach? what's in the Gospels. What did Paul say about this or that? How did Paul interpret the Old Testament as opposed to some scribe living a couple hundred years before? This is known as 4QMMT, this particular fragment. That's famous for a couple of things. One is the saying in it, "You believe, but we say," which is very close to "You have heard, but I say unto you," in the Sermon on the Mount. People have noticed that. And is it a stylistic device? Is it something more than that? Certainly if you have a person who's saying "I'm the Messiah," it's a little bit more than that. But it's a familiar rhetorical device. 4QMMT is also interesting because it talks about the works of the law, which is a big deal in Paul's theology, and how Jews of this day understood the works of the law. There's a big debate, in part caused by Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts, that goes something like this. Did Jews really believe? Could you really get this out of a Jew living in Jesus' day? Did they really believe that they could keep the law and go to heaven? Spend eternity with the Lord. In other words, did they really believe in works salvation? Because we're sort of reflexively taught that. That's the way Paul is read. But it's actually pretty hard to prove that case. And if you think about your Old Testament, salvation was by grace through faith in the Old Testament as well. It's just the particular things you had to embrace and believe were pre-cross. You had to believe Yahweh was the God of gods. You worshiped no other. He's the creator of all the others. You had to believe a certain small set of things, and then he had entered into a covenant relationship with you. And if you believe these things about him, then you trust that that's what he wants. If I believe these things about him, then when I die, I'll be with him. My loyalty, I'm assigning my loyalty to him and no other. Okay, the Shema, the Lord our God is one. We worship no other. So that isn't works. Okay, now we have the whole law system. So if we can say that salvation is by faith consistently across both testaments, then do we really want to say that Jews couldn't figure that out? Okay, because if they did figure it out, then the question becomes, well, what was Paul shooting at then about the works of the law? And why does Paul have a high view of the law in Romans 7? Remember Romans 7, Paul struggling, with sin. And he says, I delight in the law of God after the inward man. But his struggle was with the flesh. Who shall deliver me from the body of this death? So Paul had a high view of the law. What it really comes down to is Paul had a high view of the law, but he had a higher view of Jesus. Okay, you can go do the law all you want. The law is a good thing. You're not going to go wrong if you obey God. But if you do that and Jesus is absent from your belief system, from your faith, it's not going to avail you anything. That's really what Paul's targeting. It's not go live like you want. Who gives a rip about the law? I hate the law. Paul never says that. And there were Jews, again, in this one text in particular, testify to the fact that, they had a high view of the law, but that wasn't to dismiss the idea of there are things we need to believe to be in right relationship with the God of Israel. So this one's gotten a lot of attention. John the Baptist is often in fringe literature. Whenever you hear me refer to fringe literature, you can fill in internet. Okay. Lots of talk on the internet about how John the Baptist was a member of the Essene community where they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. There's no scroll that says that. There are misalignments. There are things that really get in the way. It'd be nice because it would give you a chronological link, but that isn't the case. But what you do have in certain scrolls is you do have shared property among the community there where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. The Essenes is the dominant view for who these people were. It's not the only view, but the dominant one. And they were believers who had all things in common, or they shared common property, so that sounds a little bit like the book of Acts. They had a communal meal with bread and wine. They talked about the Messiah a lot. They talked about the end of the world a lot. And these things have certifiable links into the New Testament. And that might sound to our ear like, ooh, that's spooky. maybe like there's some relationship here. But what you really need to be, how you really need to process it is all of these things that you associate with the New Testament have deep Old Testament roots. And it's very normal for Jews living in the intertestamental period to be thinking about their Old Testament, thinking about the kingdom of God, thinking about the Messiah, thinking about right versus wrong, thinking about how is all this going to end, when are we going to get rid of the Romans, when's the kingdom coming back. All of these things, if you're a Jew, you're thinking about it. You're writing about them, you're saying things about them, and there's going to be overlap with the New Testament because guess what? All those guys were Jews too. I mean, they were. That's who the apostles were. So you'll read whole books, and there are movies, on YouTube, and again, lots of stuff on the internet about, well, this is really where Christianity comes from. This wacky group out in the desert. The Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all this sort of stuff. And you'll hear people talk about, well, this is why there was such a conspiracy to keep the scrolls hidden for decades. Scholars, squirreling them away in their offices and refusing to publish them and blah, 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 blah. They're just whole grand conspiracy theories erected over this. If you're interested in the Dead Sea Scrolls, James Van Kim has a really nice book. It's an introduction to the Dead Sea Scrolls Today. And he has a whole chapter on why the conspiracy theory is stupid. Okay, it's not the title of the chapter, but that's what the chapter is about. And he does something very simple. He runs down the list of publication dates. The scrolls began to be published in the 50s. It's less than a decade after they were discovered. And they have been published and were published in succeeding years, every year hence. It just takes a long time when you discover, like in Cave 4, 100,000 fragments of a scroll buried under a foot of bat dung. Okay? That just takes a while to get all that stuff out, clean it up, and then you have 100,000 piece puzzle piece with no cover lid to cheat off of. Okay, that's what you're dealing with. So yeah, it's going to take a while. And even today, they have, for that cave, a lot of it is still unassembled because who knows? You don't really know how. I mean, people are still trying to literally. I mean, I know a guy at Northwestern. This is his thing, the Dead Sea Scrolls scholar. And in his house, he's got one of these things with the light, like on the table, this box that has the light, through. And he'll sit there with facsimiles of scrolls, just moving them around the table. Hey, does this edge match this one? Does that make any? This is what he does. He loves it. I'm glad somebody loves that because I would just kind of lose my mind doing that. But this is what he does, and he's not the only one. They're still at it. This is 70 years later. Now, other than Cave 4, most of it's been published. Most of it's been translated into English. Did Christianity die and disappears in the last 70 years? Is it still here? It's not a trick question. Yes, it's still here. In other words, there was nothing in the scrolls that upended anything. So the conspiracy theorists are really looking kind of dumb. It's all out there. You can just go read it. Okay, I used to assign it for class. Okay, I didn't lose anybody in the classes I taught. Again, it's a lot of brouhaha over nothing. Now this is a big deal. The next two things here. Time check. What time is it? If we can fly through.
20.
What? 20? Okay. Now this one, there's two things here that are related. The James ossuary and the what's called by some the Jesus tomb. The technical term is Talpiot B. Ossuary, of course, bone box. This is a very famous one. This is probably the most famous bone box in the world, even more than Caiaphas, because on this one there's an inscription. You can barely see it here. It's a pretty neat hand. Down here's a transcription of it. This is James, the brother of Joseph. James, the brother of Joseph, the brother of Yeshua, Jesus. So you have James and Jesus mentioned in the same inscription. And we know from the New Testament that one of Jesus' brothers was Yaakov in Hebrew, or James in Greek, and of course English. So this ossuary has, when it was discovered, was a really big deal because this would be like the bone box of one of the Lord's brothers. And it actually has Yeshua on the inscription as well. This was part of a collection by this guy. This is Oded Golan. And if you subscribe to Biblical Archaeology Review, you probably never want to hear this guy's name again, because like every issue for the last 10 years has been dominated by this story. Look at the dates. December 2004, the Israeli Justice Ministry charged Golan and 3 other Israelis, one of whom was a pretty famous epigrapher, and 1 Palestinian with running a forgery ring that had been operating for 20 years. And among the objects that the Israeli Antiquities Authorities identified as a forgery, ivory pomegranate is mentioned. I actually had to study this in graduate school. I mean, if that's a forgery, somebody did a really good job. But this box was named in the indictment. There were lots of people who thought that this was a forgery. And Golan denied the charges, but since some of this other stuff came out as, that was faked, when they arrested Golan, this became part of the equation, this box. Now, 2007, it's 3 years later, so it took 3 years to get him into the court. The defense, catch this, the defense produced photographs taken in Golan's home that were dated to 1976. Now that was important because one of the photographs shows the ossuary on the shelf in his house, and you can see the whole inscription on it. So the photographs, again, come from the 70s, which meant this cannot be a recent forgery in the last 20 years. So Golan wound up being acquitted. 2 paleographers believe that the inscription is authentic. Lemaire, again, is a big name in epigraphy, and so is Yardeni. She does more scripts than anything, but no paleographer to date, no epigrapher to date has challenged their conclusions. So in 2012, he finally got off the hook after the whole appeal process that took 8 years for this guy to go through the court system. This was a huge case in Israel. And the judge said there's no evidence that any of the major artifacts were forged. The prosecution has failed to make their case. And Golan went free. So everybody was thrilled about that until this came along. Now, this is 2007, so it was right around after the sort of the first initial decisions of the Golan trial. Conference held at New York Public Library. Director James Cameron, yes, this is the guy from Titanic and Avatar. It's that James Cameron who hates Christianity, by the way. And Simcha Yakubovich to discuss their documentary, The Lost Tomb of Jesus, which discusses the 1980 findings of the Talpiot tomb, which they claim is in fact Jesus' family tomb. This is the outside of it. It was discovered in there was a site, an area being cleared for construction. They were going to build a parking lot or something. And this was discovered in 1980. Okay, think about that, 1980. This is the inside. If you go inside, there's these little niches. The little squares here are bone boxes. In the original excavation, okay, there are more bone boxes mentioned in the 1980 find. They just resealed it. They didn't do anything with it. But there were more bone boxes than there were when news of the James ossuary became big because of the Golan trial. There was one missing. So there were originally 10, but when they went to check the shelves during the trial, there was one missing. And so there are people like Jacobovich and Cameron that say the missing ossuary is the James ossuary. That's number 10. And if it's number 10, and it's just been ruled authentic, then that's a feather in our cap. And why do they want the feather in their cap? Well, because in this particular tomb, there were bone boxes for Mary. Let's see if I can get the list right here. Mary, Matthew, but he wasn't a blood relative. A second Mary, Jesus, Yosef, James. Yosef is, was it like a pet name for who wasn't Mark? I mean, there are like 7 or 8 names associated in the gospel stories in this tomb. So when news of this broke, that was 2007. Now, I had actually done a paper on this thing about 3 or 4 years before this, so I knew what this was. I'd done a conference paper on it. And 2007, providentially, was the year that the ETS had its regional meeting in Oregon, which I attended, and Darrell Bach was there. I don't know if you've probably heard of Darrell Bach. You know, he's written a lot of stuff for the church. He teaches at Dallas Seminary. I was talking with him after his session. He goes, man, I got to get on a plane. I got to go to New York. And I got to go to this press conference. And they're having this thing about the Talpiot tomb, and I'm supposed to be the evangelical counterpoint. I said, really? I said, you mean this one? He's like, yeah, where did you hear about all this? It's like, this has been known since 1980. So I gave him a copy of my paper. Shot it to him in email. He reads it on the plane, and it helps him out at the press conference. Well, the big deal was, again, the collection of names. So this just was like, for Cameron, this is like, yes, this is it. I'm going to get rid of Christianity and all this kind of stuff. Okay, scholars from the atheistic corner all the way up to the evangelical corner went after this thing, as you can imagine. And there are lots of problems with it. The names in the tomb and the names in the Gospels are among the most common in the first century. There are, it's been a while since I looked at this, 3, maybe 4, at least 3, maybe 4 ossuaries with the name Jesus on them. And there's at least one more, Jesus, son of Joseph. There are 2 of those. So, unless you got multiple burials and crucifixions and resurrections, it ain't, you got a problem there. So you've got a problem with the names, and there's all sorts of other intrigue about it. And if you want to read the, again, I would recommend reading this paper. Okay, I gave Michelle a copy of my paper because it has images in it. There are some serious problems with the names. And let me just give you an illustration. Okay, all the names are there, but there are no what are called patronyms. What's a patronym, you ask? That tells you how you're related. So, Jesus and Mary, for instance, Cameron wants to say, listen, Mary Magdalene, they were married. The Gnostic Gospels say they were married. The Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown. Look, Jesus, and they even did, there were bone fragments in that one, so they did DNA analysis. Yeah, they're not from the same family, they're different people, and they could have been husband and wife. Yeah, they could have been like aunt and uncle. They could have been like, on both 2 sides of the family. They could have been, some other remote family relationship that doesn't fall within the DNA. I mean, there could have been 3 or 4 different combinations just for that one. And you do the same thing with all the others. Plus, there's another site in Israel that has like 5 of the apostolic names in it in the same tomb. And some of them overlap with this one. Okay, these are common names. And again, and that's just sort of the most transparent problem with it. So if you're interested in it, again, we're living in 2016. Okay, we're still here. Princeton did a whole write-up on this issue. Overwhelmingly, the papers in this volume are skeptical. Again, pointing out things that are they just don't work. To me, it doesn't pass the logic test to begin with. Let's say that none of the other problems exist. See this picture back here? Okay, this would have been on the street. And Cameron says this was a sign because this is a Gnostic symbol. This is a sign of the tomb of Jesus. So in other words, all of the Jews in the 1st century and the 2nd century, and all the Romans who walked by and saw this. Okay, nobody shut down the apostles. Nobody produced any amount of writing that said, these people are nuts because we can go visit the guy's tomb. Nobody does that? Really? I mean, even in the Gospels they say, that there's this whole thing about producing the body. So for 300 years, people walked by this and nobody said boo. That just doesn't seem coherent. Somebody would have said something. And how, even if they never wrote anything down, how did the thing survive? How would you have people living in the 1st century believe what the apostles preached when they could just as well go down the street and see that they were wrong? The answer is because you couldn't just go down the street and see that they were wrong. So there's kind of a stink factor to the whole thing. But it was news, back in 2007. It doesn't get trucked out too much now because it got a lot of attention and it got a lot of heavy debunking. If you're into math, you would want to read these if you're a math guy or an engineer. This is a friend of mine, Randy Ingermanson. He was the first person I called after Darrell Bach told me they were going to have a conference on this, because Randy is a computational physicist and he does computational statistics. Okay, Randy published several papers about doing a statistical analysis on the names of the tomb. So this thing has been going backward and forward and whatever, but I picked it. I wanted to include it here because these are the sorts of things you will run into at the grocery stand, and on the internet. This is what you'll run into. You won't run into some of the dry and dusty stuff that academics do. You'll run into Gnostic Gospels. Okay, you'll run into Dead Sea Scrolls. You'll run into the Jesus tomb, Talpiot B. Okay, you'll run into stuff like that. And typically what you get is I hate to say it, but you often get only one side of the story, the one that sells the most or the one that is most hostile, to Judeo-Christianity. But even if they try to be fair, you'll only get just the surface level of what's going on. You have to know that there are resources out there where you can start drilling down into all these things. And people spend a lot of time on it. They really do. Whether they're evangelical or not, like Bart Ehrman, the famous atheist guy, New Testament scholar at NC State, he's not buying any of this. He got into a lot of trouble with the militant atheist community because he wrote a book in defense of the historicity of Jesus. Even though he doesn't believe anything about Jesus, but at least he's honest in that respect. He's not buying any of this. So be thankful for people like Bart Ehrman, even if they just make you grind your teeth, most of the day. You still have them. They're still out there, and they're still doing good work. Questions? Go to the website. Michelle, I sent the paper and the links. If you want to, again, read some of the stuff, you can. But just so that you know it's out there. Right? Yes, sir.
In the past, I've seen a lot of stuff on the what they call the Shroud of...
The Shroud of Turin, yeah.
Yes. What's the background story?
It's still... I'm trying to remember what decade it was. I think it was the 70s. Seems too old. It's been carbon dated, and the carbon dating of the Shroud unanimously points to the Middle Ages. Now, prior to the carbon dating, there were some things about the shroud that led people to think that they had a first century object. Namely, there were pollen, what's the right word? I'm not a science guy. Was it molecules or something like that? There were pollen fragments on the shroud that could be dated by botanists and paleobotanists. And they're there, so, some people would say, well, that proves the cloth existed, maybe not the image. Maybe, again, we had a case where we take an old object and we put an image on it. Now, I've seen 2 or 3 science shows of how, using medieval tools, medieval artists, certain techniques, I have seen people reproduce images on shrouds, and it's doable. And that doesn't mean that this was that, but it just means that it's doable. So I tend to think that this will not get an adequate resolution until they carbon date it again, because the charge was, and there's some legitimacy to this, because where they cut the fragment, they cut it from the outside of the shroud, which, you're not going to say, hand me the scissors so I can go right in the middle of it, just bugger the whole thing up. But they cut from a portion that arguably probably was touched a lot. And so the issue of contamination was very quickly thrown into the mix, because if you touch an object, you can leave, residue, at the chemical level, and it could throw off a date. So that's what shroud believers are arguing about the C14 test. And I think the only way it's going to get resolved is to redo the test, redo it from a portion that you're not going to have a lot of handling. But even with that, there's a problem, because if you know anything about the shroud, the lines on either side of the image and all the kind of black marks on it, it went through a fire. Well, that can leave a residue too. So the question is there any part of the shroud that is like pristine? The answer is probably not. So even if they did it again, if you get medieval second time around, people are going to argue the same thing. So is there really a way to establish this? Now, there's no procedurally, the Gospels don't give us a whole lot. It does give us the thing about the head wrapping, which was separate from the clothing. So the question, like biblically speaking, you could say, well, how in the world could you get a facial impression if the head was also wrapped in a separate cloth? And the answer is, nobody really knows. But again, the argument goes, well, before you put that on, maybe they covered it, who knows? Nobody really knows, what precisely was done with the body and what was used and all that kind of stuff in terms of, was this shroud actually used? Did they actually do this kind of thing? Some people will come up with evidence that suggests it, others will come up with stuff that suggests they didn't. Seeing paintings from the Middle Ages where they're draping a body from the cross and the shroud aren't helpful because they're medieval. They're not photographs. They're artistic conceptions of how the artist imagined the body would be handled. The shroud itself, historically, references to a cloth object that was associated with the burial of Egypt. It goes back to Edessa, which is about the 4th century. Is that this? I don't know. There are people who build a case that that's this, but you still have 200 or 300 years that you don't have. I kind of think it's a dead end. I don't think the church, the Catholic Church, will ever give permission again to test the shroud, especially if people want to remove something from something that isn't the edges. They allowed it the first time, so there's precedent for that, but I don't know what they'd have to gain. I'd be real surprised if they ever did it again. But it's interesting. I don't think it's conclusively, this can't be authentic. I'm on the side of it's probably not. But I don't know that I could say that this is just definitely, there's like a no way here. It doesn't look good. But I don't really care because I don't invest any theological content into the shroud. Some people do, but I don't. Anybody else? Okay, thank you for coming.